Start the stream and make sure that it's working. I'm guessing this is session 10. Does anybody know?
11.
Oh, I must have been wrong with my last one then. Perfect. Oop.
Well, if you count last week as 10, then
Yes.
I
yeah.
think it would
Oh,
count.
yeah. No, I just
But it wouldn't
wanted
count
to
for
make
like.
sure you weren't counting it differently because of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where the heck are we? North Fork. So we were for everyone that's watching our streams, we were just talking about planes that characters might be connected with. So Phoenix, I was certainly thinking Feywild for you, and the fact that you took like a lead for last session on like what to do about the crazy bears and to like not kill them, that like felt like really cool. Vaclav, I like that idea of the shadow plane for you, and I feel like Vaclav is like very shadowy. He's very like he changes his moods like so quickly and shiftingly. It kind of like fits like a he's not like as stable as like a thing like a shadow, not like a sneaky shadow person, but just like moody. I don't know. It kind of fits in what I'm thinking a little bit.
Cool.
And I definitely like that idea of the blacksmith. Now, winter in my mind was very easy. I think there's probably some dragon realm or something that seems like if there was a portal or some way for that, I think winter would just like completely lose his mind over it, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably.
So I've been like thinking a little bit about that. So that was pretty obvious. Loki, I had some ideas. Rosa, I actually had the most trouble with, but Loki, I was thinking of his like thievery and like masterminding nature is what I was like thinking most. And I was thinking of like some place that was like some eternal thieves guild space, not like super evil, but like there's always a job needing done or something. Is that what you would imagine, Loki, or what
No.
plane would you think of?
Yeah, I think I don't I don't have like a anything. If we're gonna make up our own planes, then I I kind of wonder if yeah, that's probably more in the lane of what I was thinking. The only kind of hesitation I have is, and I have never fleshed this out in my mind with the character, but you know, the reason that he's a little bit in the underworld and that kind of stuff is more because of our circumstances being lower class citizens in the world than because that's what he wants or thinks that's but
Well,
yeah,
if
I
he wasn't, what's Loki's dream that maybe we don't even
right.
know
Well,
of?
that's what I was just thinking
Maybe he just
is
wants to
like
be like a potter or something. I have no
How,
idea.
right.
well, how about Sigil? Sigil seems to fit him.
Yeah,
He's
that would be kind of
cosmopolitan.
cool.
He's he's social. Sigil is the great city, the meeting place of all the planes.
I don't know Sigil. That sounds cool.
Oh, you don't? Yeah,
I don't know
Sigil's
the planes very well. I've always been researching them.
Sigil's amazing, dude. It's a great setting, planescape setting.
Is that where the mystery one that you ran was, or was that a different city? The crazy city where we had the flying boats.
That was not Sigil.
That was the Sigil.
Sigil is like a torus, that shape, like a donut. And it's like at the meeting point of all the planes, and every door or aperture in Sigil um, has both a physical like destination, like if you walk through it, you go into the shop or whatever, right? Like the obvious one, and then also if you carry the right token on you, it'll also lead you to a planar destination.
Uh,
Um, and you have like devils walking around with angels and like everybody together, and there's this being called the Lady of Pain that is sort of the ruler there, and she's why everybody keeps it peaceful, I guess. But of course, there are always plots that are trying to like drag Sigil into a different plane, like
Right,
completely.
of course. Sounds like it's like New York City, like 1920s almost, or
Yeah.
1910s of
Can
like.
I read a quick few paragraphs out of the DMG about Sigil, the city of doors?
Hmm.
Sure.
At the center of the Outlands, like the axle of a great wheel, is the Spire, capital S, a needle-shaped mountain that rises high into the sky. Above the mountain's narrow peak, not part of the Outlands, but a plain in its own right, floats the ring-shaped city of Sigil. Its myriad structures built on the ring's inner surface. Creatures standing on one of Sigil's streets can see the city curve up over their heads, and most disconcerting of all, the far side of the city directly overhead. It's like freaking Inception.
Like a ring
uh,
world.
Called the City of Doors, this bustling planar metropolis holds countless portals to other planes and worlds. Sigil is a trader's paradise. Goods and information come here from across the plains. The city sustains a brisk trade in information about the planes, particularly the commands or items required for the operation of particular portals. Ooh. The city is the domain of the inscrutable Lady of Pain, a being whose purpose and goals are unknown to even the sages of her city. She appears almost human, although she most definitely isn't. She wears ornate robes that shroud her body and a mantle of blades coated in blue-green verdigris. I don't know what that is. Surrounds her mask-like face. No one is certain who or what exactly the Lady of Pain is, but it's widely accepted she's being on par with deities. She's a being on par with deities. Is Sigil her prison? Is she the fallen creator of the multiverse? No one knows. Or if they do, they aren't telling. Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse includes extensive information on Sigil, which, if you wanted to pursue that, it's we have it in our
Yeah,
D&D
in
stuff.
D&D Beyond.
Is that from the new Dungeon Master Guide or the old one?
2024.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
And then the extra material that you just referenced, that's a different 2024 book, or that's an older book?
No, Planescape came out like I don't know 2 years ago or so,
Oh, okay.
but it's in there. It's in D&D Beyond under sources.
All right, I think I remember how to go into there.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
I didn't realize there was a book
2024.
that was all about planes. I suppose I should probably read that.
Dude, there is an entire great section on planar travel and planar portals and maps of the planes and wow. Cosmology is a lot of pages.
Cool.
All right.
30, 40 pages on cosmology.
Well, I will definitely have to check it out.
That's
Sometimes I
really-
always have to like change it though, but it's like it's nice
Of
to not have to
course.
create all that from like scratch.
Yeah, I mean
That's
it's
the good part.
just great reference stuff in here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that Loki?
good
what do you-
artwork too.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
I was curious, Kevin, what you thought about Sigil.
Yeah,
if that's
no,
a
I
good
think
fit,
that
or,
that
okay.
seems pretty cool. We can definitely work with that.
All right, sweet. And that also, I think, would help a lot of ways in the story. So that might
Mhm.
be perfect for me.
I was
to be
thinking
able
that
to
as
add
well.
that in.
And being the bard may give,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I'm not exactly sure how. I mean, bards don't really do planar travel stuff, but
Oh,
I
that's
don't think anyone else here does.
that part isn't a problem. I think there's definitely weirder rules in this campaign about opening planes and being connected to it and traveling those spaces.
Right.
Cool. And then Rosa, I'm curious if you have any thoughts. Because I know you have like a deity, but I don't think you're that strongly connected. You don't talk about her a lot. My gut was, is that like the family is your big thing. So I was wondering if it was like a tiefling centric space or even like where tieflings were originally from. That's where my mind went, but I'd be curious what you think.
That's where I was thinking, because when I think about Istis, it's more of that like for this particular universe, she's only ever been around. She's only ever been around areas that don't really give the same respect to tieflings. So her faith,
Nah, thank you.
her faith in the way that would normally be like embracing God.
Sounds like all the animals have an opinion on Rosa's preferred plane.
Yeah. I think that she's just going to. It's more of the original plane of the tieflings. I was thinking the same plane. I think she had a really strong connection to the one where we were at with Tokos.
I was totally thinking that was Dell or something, that big city. Second,
Yeah.
whatever.
And it was like,
yeah.
we should be here. Like, we need to know more about this.
Right, you did take the lead on that one a bit, if I recall, right? You were really interested in being there.
Yeah. And then, like, with the strong hand of just believing in the fates and Istis and understanding, like, well, this is where I'm meant to be. As long as I'm not coercing anybody and forcing them, like, I'm not big with that. I believe that the destinies and the fates are going to take you where they're supposed to. And I should be with my people. And that's part of the reason why she feels so strongly about the whole, like when we passed the Asmar that were captured.
Yes.
And she was like, she really had to like rein it in because family trumps all, but then like fate should be taken away from them because of oppressive practices like that. I mean, literally because they are Asmir. Like that's why they were and captured. And part of her is like with this whole like purple ribbon and the Fae realm and how the dwarves are trying to get that magic because they don't have access to their magic and nobody really does. She's kind of like, yeah, you guys should. Like, we're all supposed to wield that type of magic and they've taken it away. So why? Why are you like stopping what should just naturally be? So it's interesting. That's why she's like, okay,
She sounds. Is Rosa like a sovereign citizen, like anti-vaxxer, like all natural everything? That's what. It's the way of nature.
Right? Yeah, I mean, to a point. Like if it's, you should just be able to weather the storm if the storm was meant to be. But if somebody's creating the storm, then that's fucked up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. I like it. She's like, you should just pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I did.
I mean, look
no,
at
I
what
like it.
done,
That's
right.
fitting.
That's what our family has done. I mean, that's why we lean into the magic and all of that stuff, right? And that's part of the reason why I think she's on board with this whole spires thing, because she's like, oh, so you've been tapping the magic for like the whole world? Yeah, we're gonna fix that because that's not natural.
She has to be like, I'm lowercase Rosa. I'm not uppercase Rosa, the entity which is a subject of the Emperor. I'm lowercase Rosa.
That's exactly.
And
wait till she learns some law.
therefore, you have to let me out of this prison.
Like if I'm supposed to have a spire, it's because the spire will choose me. It's
Right.
not because I get the spire. Like whereas Winter and Baklava are like, oh yeah, no, I need to be the leader of the spire. Oh, I will be chosen if destiny foretells it for Calvin. So
Got it. So when we get to one of the spires and there's like a name tag on the door and it says Rosa, you'll be like, I think this one's mine. Or something.
Istis had spoken, everyone.
Like the Winter Spire.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that would be so funny.
No, the Winter Spire that's Loki's. The elders in the party are gonna get them first.
That's
Don't
so
listen to the winter. We've got this. A higher power has said so.
Phoenix Wormtongue over there.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then Ken, I was definitely thinking of like some kind of dragon space or realm. But what do you Winter? His goal is to like become a dragon, or to like befriend dragons, or does he want to like leave the party and go live with dragons, or does he want to like just turn physically into a dragon? Like, what do you think his like deeper motivations are? If he like his connections, or he's more just like you know obsessed with dragons, I see. But what do you think it's like? But in my mind, that's like there's like a deeper reasoning. Does he like not like being a tiefling and he wants to be a dragon instead, or does he like the power that dragons have, or the mysticalness? Does he feel like boring, or is it like the hunt? Does he want to be the best hunter? You know, like what do you think is like his real reason?
It might be a combination of like the power and not liking being, because he started off human, right, and became a tiefling when he like hit puberty, and then it's like was cast out from his family and such. So maybe like if I become a dragon, then no one can stop me from maybe something like that.
He definitely does not like when people like abuse tieflings or like look down on them, or the one that kicked Rose's cart, he ended up like murdering afterwards when he had like a lick of power, right? So do you think it's like revenge, or I'm also wondering, do you think he just doesn't feel at home anywhere?
I don't know about maybe that.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just like thinking about.
Yeah.
Because for me, I think it started as like, oh, it'd be cool to have a character that was obsessed with dragons, and that is cool. But like, I think the deeper you go, there's usually like a reason behind those obsessions, right?
Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Write it down.
I have a winter question.
Yeah.
What does Winter feel about Dragonborn? Are they revered, or like is he jealous of them?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if we've met any.
Yeah, he might. I would think he might be a little jealous of them, but he would call them like false dragons or something.
Yes. Yes.
Or is there some like Dragonborn slur?
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's okay. I can say it because I'm a tiefling. Is that like? I don't know. That's funny.
Yeah.
Even though he's less of a dragon than a dragonborn, he's still like you're just false pretenders, kind of a thing.
You know the children's book Where the Wild Things Are?
Yeah.
The kid wants to be a monster because like then he can do whatever he wants.
Right,
and
exactly.
Tell him what to do, and then he runs away to the land of the monsters or whatever.
That would be a kind of a cool journey, Ivan, for Winter. Yeah, I
think just him, he's not very smart. He knows it.
Right.
Like, and people have taken advantage of that. Like, if he became a dragon, he would be the biggest, baddest thing.
Right, I forgot that he's not very smart. So he probably doesn't even realize any of this other stuff. He's just like, I want to be a dragon, and then everything will be better. Like, then it would fix all of his problems if he was just a dragon, kind of a thing. And then, of course, it's one of those where like, oh, wait a second. Maybe it's the friends I've made along the way or whatever. Yeah, I could totally see. That is funny.
Yeah.
But I think going to a space where there were dragons, or even if he went, I'm imagining he like goes somewhere and then they're like, oh, come join us. And then he's like, has to decide or something. Like that would be really an interesting space. Or who knows what happens when we go there. But cool. That was helpful. And then Travis, for the Feywild, I don't know if there's any particular connection or a particular goal. I think in my mind, it'd be very clear that Phoenix would really want to go there and learn more. Or what do you think would draw Phoenix about the Feywild?
So Sparks, as these as these brothers are aging, maturing and stuff, Sparks is, he's spending more time in the Feywild when he's, not summoned to the material plane. And between the two of them, like, they commune a lot. They're always talking in their heads or even out loud when you see Phoenix talking to someone. But uh Sparks is learning about how they're connected to the Feywild, and and that they are actually he is spends most of his time in the summer court, and Queen Titania is she is the Archfey
Mm-hmm.
ruling the summer court. And I think that, so I'm going to look more into her and kind of start kind of maybe trying to, like Sparks would be bringing forth like tenets and so forth that like, hey, we should be doing this, and then Phoenix is like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then Phoenix is teaching Sparks about like, when you're here, you have to watch out for this, or this is awesome. Like, experience this, so they're kind of they're compounding their information and their knowledge together, so they're actually like, I think, becoming more worldly than their age would generally dictate. Summer court is like, it's like kind of almost like the royalty, kind of version of the Feywild and so forth. But that's not what they connect to. They just connect to, it's warm and it's vibrant and it's flowers, and like, remember in the beginning, Phoenix was just like, oh, everything's good, and he's learning that, no, there is bad that you have to be watchful for. And Sparks definitely likes to jump in and squash that. But that's, where he's coming from is a source of happiness, and even more than that, it's just like, it's a place it's so pretty and full of energy that it is it's coveted, and so people that are involved with that are very, very protective of it. And that may be why Sparks is so quick to come and like smack down anything that he sees as a threat to his brother.
I also think, in my understanding of like the Feywild and the court, those rules are like very strict, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, I wonder if, like, I'm looking for spaces of where potential conflict, because that's where like good stories lie.
Yeah, right.
If like Sparks was like, oh, we have to follow this rule, and Phoenix is like, well, can't do that or something. Or if you have to break one of those rules, then I think you would know too that there's like consequences are usually like, Hammurabi style, where they're usually like pretty strong. But then also Phoenix he's mature maybe for the world, but I don't think he's mature in being able to make choices, and like he could be like, oh, we have to do the right thing, or we have to do this because someone said, instead of like seeing the whole picture. So that I think could be like an interesting exploration of it too. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, that's it. He's already kind of, I don't know that he's impetuous, but he's very susceptible to influence.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Uncle Loki says something. Yep, we got to do that. And then Winter's like, yeah, but I want to do this. Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was thinking his role models are very mixed, or I wouldn't say are great. Like looking up to Vaclav and Loki, right?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Also a lot of the like classic pitfalls of dealing with the Fae and the Feywild of Like, oh yeah, I promised to do that, not realizing or something that a promise to a fae is like a bigger deal than. Cool. Well, I appreciate that as I'm kind of like still thinking about the campaign and growing it for the future. That's not where we ended. Where's our little party?
Just south of the.
Oh, just got on the road. That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think we officially we didn't move tokens or anything, but we'd ended a little bit off in between some buildings out of view after the whole thing with the unearthing the coffin we had buried and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think you were headed to go return the cart, if I recall.
Right.
We hadn't yet done it, but that was like the initial, the final
Right,
plan.
right. Our interlude happened with us being like out of sight in between some buildings out in the distance.
Yeah, exactly.
A little distance off the main road.
Cool. Would anyone mind refreshing, doing the recap from maybe a really quick one from 2 ago, and then a quick one from last time too? I was thinking, just because kind of
Easy.
picking up from there, I guess.
Got this. Prepare to take notes, everyone. 2 sessions ago, session 9, second session at level 4. Off to the Sharpened Edge, the specialty blacksmith adventure for adventurers, for silvering of weapons. They were dickheads. Freaking, who did it? Oh, Vaclav offered 3 gold to some kid to get us hooked up with a guide to like a back door to the mines, and then he sleight of handed 2 of those 3 back, so kid gets home with 1 gold instead of 3. But we did hook up with Patrick, the guide, to unsanctioned mine entrance for gold pieces. I don't know how many we offered him, but and then we took a trip to the Temple of Mordor, and who owed a favor to Winter, I think, right?
Yep.
So we got our weapons silvered and a bunch of information, and Phoenix ended up with a small rapier, right? Or
Yep.
no, scimitar.
Oh, yeah, whatever it was that you were looking for.
That's called the shit. I wrote it down somewhere, but something flower, wildflower.
Oh yeah, you named it. That's right.
Painted in flames, flame colored floral decoration. We find out about the greater portal, and then we make a deal for transportation services with the quartermaster. We got all the silvered weapons, and we got a bunch of undead dungeoneering stuff for an undead dungeoneering kit, silver stakes, potions of healing, restoration, all that stuff, holy water. Phoenix's scimitar has flower etching and flame colors. We're smugglers now. The mine mission was postponed until the smuggling mission was to be completed. And then we meet and pick up the wagon on the road for the smuggling mission. We get through the main gate under diablerie diversion. I totally thought that was a diversion because they had said we're going to create a distraction. And then later I found out, no, they were fucking looking for us. So cool. That's awesome. That's fun. Phoenix was riding Snowfall, bringing up the rear, yelling, out of the way, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. We buried the cargo to avoid detection while the wagon got inspected. Snowfall created a diversion. And then Zurok, the orc, asks for a bribe because he sees what we're doing, and we end up hiring him to run the smuggling in North Fork. Meanwhile, we all converge on the wagon. We release the ferry. We capture the ferry. We release the ferry. because we don't promote in the parts trade, and that's what I have written down. And then last session was the side quest, which was the third session at level 4 and session 10. Winter has like I put in quotes Fey shimmer for a brief moment, and he like saw things and felt things in a weird way. Winter and Phoenix are inspecting the fairy wing piece. Phoenix confirms that it is not good to eat, and we both fall into a trance while holding the wing. Rosa tries to break the charm on Phoenix and realizes the wing is pulling us into the Fey realm. Loki does the same, and then I say we got the Fatricity effect of when one person's hooked up and then another person touches them, and so yeah, chain lightning of Fayness. With glowing, conducting charm, etc. Rosa joins the bliss. Whoops, Loki now sees the light. So we do a group hug and we wake to face surroundings. Ominous. Two-headed bear fight pretty much immediately. And Sparks and Ember join in, and the bear wants to eat the remnant, the fairy wing. We defend and light something
The tree?
on our in process. Yeah, light tree.
Oh, isn't that where you set the tree on fire?
Oh yes, that's it. We defend and light the trees on fire in the process. Wow, sometimes my writing is so sad. Bramble the Dryad appears from the burnt tree, charming Loki and Winter and
Right.
Phoenix in the process. 3 out of the 4 of us.
I love
We're
that
like,
part.
You're right.
You're so beautiful.
Rosa is the only PC not charmed and struggles to defend the remnant from Bramble and literally fights off other PCs until the charm was stopped. We negotiate a piece of the remnant for a method to get back to the material plane. We teleport back to the wagon, and Vaclav saying, "I've been calling you guys. Where the hell you been?" And that's what I have.
Oh, perfect. Ken, do you want to just read from last session?
Sure. Winter felt a strange presence. Oh, called it Fey Adventures. Winter felt a strange presence from behind him. Figures out is the wing, uncovers it, and Phoenix puts it in his mouth and doesn't like the taste. Phoenix and Winter become immobilized and start to glow. Loki and Rosa try to pry the wing away from the younger adventurers, but succumb as well. Snowfall gets worried about Winter and grabs him. Find the party has gone to the Fey realm. Feel heavy footsteps approaching. A Fey bear spots Snowfall. We fight the Fey bear. Phoenix summons Sparks and then lights the trees on fire. Everyone fights the bear as Phoenix tries to talk to it. The bear wants the wing, but gets too injured and runs away, yells for others to come. The dryad pops out of a tree, but not before charming Phoenix, Winter, and Loki. Rosa realizes what is going on and goes to tackle the dryad. Snowfall also figures it out and tries to keep the dryad in place. Phoenix shrugs it off, and the rest of the party realize what is happening. Give the dryad a piece of the wing, and then we teleport it back home. And then Vaclav only experienced a few seconds while we were gone, and then I believe we cleaned up the cart, and we're planning on leaving it at the warehouse as intended.
That's right. Cool. Perfect. You were headed on the road as we're heading back to town. And if I recall, this was... I can share my little screen from Zoom as well. Should be like that, I think. Then I have to rebuild my little pictures for the stream. And Vaclav, Loki driving, Winter walking along, Snowfall, Phoenix. Are you guys all riding, or are you walking along the side?
I'm on the back.
I remember Rosa, is on the little... That's what reminded me, because I was like, she's not walking back there. She was like sitting on that little... What'd you call it? You had a name for it.
Like, there's like a footman...
The running board?
Running board. I think that sounds right. Cool. And then you guys are heading back? Yeah, go ahead.
Winter, you can't ride Snowfall, right? You're too big.
Correct.
Is Snowfall cool with me riding them? Like when we're just like doing something like this, like just cruising?
Probably. Yeah.
Is Phoenix
I just,
small?
I just, what's that?
Yeah.
Is he small?
Yeah, Phoenix is small. Yeah.
And because of age, not his species,
Yeah.
right?
Right. I just think that's cool cinematically. You know, the kid riding the Drake through, through town.
Does being small affect you in any way out of curiosity?
No.
No, because it's the same
Right.
speed.
It's
And it
a
doesn't.
shorter movement speed, right?
I don't
No.
think so. And
No,
does
I
it
have 30
Not in 5. Not in the new rules.
does
Yeah.
it affect
Oh, really?
your weapons you can use at all, or no?
Oh, it
Maybe you
does
can't use
affect.
heavy or something.
Yeah, I don't use heavy weapons.
But you wouldn't use that anyway because druids don't
No.
use heavy. So
No. And also, carrying capacity is
Oh.
is less, but that's I
that's
have
also just story. You could just Rosa hold this.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Mom, Rosa, carry this, please.
I'm not just holding your garbage. What am I, a garbage can? Yeah, exactly.
You're not my mom, but you're my mom.
You're not my mom. Would you hold this, please? Yeah.
Phoenix is everything. You're like, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm done.
Perfect. You guys are heading back into town, and this bridge over here, let me remember. In the town, the alarms had been going off because there was diablerie sensed. And if I recall, Vaclav and Loki talked to the guards about the diablerie and the fiendish presence, and Loki, you expressed that we're here. Are you like being prejudiced against
Yeah, the tieflings.
the tieflings? Thank you. And then Vaclav, you were not quite as nice about talking about it, if I recall, right? So I'm
Man.
thinking the alarm has probably stopped, but I'm thinking that there are probably some guards around, and they are probably like giving you a bit of a side eye as you are kind of coming back into town. Vaclav and Loki, would that change what you're doing at all?
Nope.
No, I don't think so at all. I think we're just gonna press forward.
Okay. Perfect. My mouse has been doing this fun thing where it clicks on its own. It's so fun. Perfect. And then you're heading over to the warehouse, which is like right in this area where there's like a little, drive up spot for carriages.
Right.
All right. Looks like you approach, and it's like 1:32 a.m. in the morning at this point, right? It's pretty late. Vaclav and Loki, can you guys both make a perception check for me? Being the drivers.
Let's do it this way.
Ooh, I forgot about my chat.
I got a 2.
Nice. Maybe the guards giving you the side eye bothered you more than you were willing to admit. You're probably thinking about that.
I had a whole 11.
Late, man. I'm really tired now.
Exactly. The Feywild really took something out of us.
That's true. And I'm imagining Phoenix is probably just talking to Snowfall the whole time and probably driving everyone a little crazy. What is it like being a Drake? Oh, how does your feet feel? How is it? Are you tired? I'm tired. Like kind of like that the whole time. Oh, Travis is frozen on mine, and so is Tabby. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's weird because Tabby's is.
There you
Oh
go.
yeah, now he's back.
There he is.
Travis, did you say something? Oh, you might be time delayed now. Oh, he's
And
restarting or
there he
reconnecting
goes.
his Zoom probably.
Yeah.
It's funny because then we can see Tabby, but we literally can't hear her, so I can just see her
Right.
smirk on her face as Travis fixes the computer. That's why I've been trying. Every time before we play, I always like restart everything. Just because I think that Zoom and recording and running everything always
Yeah.
takes a little bit of a toll. Maybe Travis does that already. And Debbie, is everything okay over there? I don't know. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, okay, you can hear me. I think you said something about a problem with the computer. Going.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was asking Ken, does Snowfall speak Draconic or just understand?
Yeah, he can speak Draconic. Yeah.
Yes. So we're just babbling away, which I don't know. Maybe you're just trying to ignore it, but everyone else just hears. Gah, 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 gah.
Yeah, what does Draconic sound like?
I was picturing like or something like a Germanic or Slavic kind of deeper.
Exactly.
Like,
Very
a
like
lot
if
of-
you have a dragon mouth. You can
I
speak
think it's
it.
it's a lot of lisping.
I think it's all like the throat singers, the Mongolian
Yeah.
throat.
It's like just super like dark and evil sounding. It's like maybe not as bad as Infernal. I feel like Infernal would be like the most evil sounding language.
Yeah, for sure.
Like when
we
you
know
guys.
we know Infernal is playing the record backward.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Is what?
So whenever you guys are in a social situation and then you talk amongst yourselves in Infernal, it sounds like you're just taking a break, like a quick demon summoning break in the middle of your conversations.
Yeah, in real life, from now on, when we're speaking Infernal, Iwe, Ave, Ute, Igpe, Igpe, Outlet. Just like the halflings, you gotta go into character.
Yeah, there should be. Maybe you just have to talk really dark and evil when you're talking in Infernal, so that we know. Because the halfling voice was like a really high pitched, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That was funny. Because then you all did that, and then you teased Kevin for not doing it, and then Kevin finally did the halfling voice, right?
Because it was so different than my normal voice, right?
You peer pressured him, and it was effective. Yeah. Perfect. So, Vaclav, you're thinking about the guards and how mean they are, and you weren't as focused around you. Loki, you did notice that the guards and everybody were looking at you. It looked like the warehouse is like dark, but there'd be like a little light in one of the windows here, kind of as we're coming in near the like little loading dock area. Let me get the right color for that. Kind of over there. So yeah, pulling up into the spot.
All right, I'll jump down and go bang on the door.
Cool. Bang on the door. Yeah, after you bang on the door for a minute and you hear inside, hold on, 1 minute. And an older dwarf kind of opens the door a crack. Who are you?
I got a delivery here for Mr. Inveterate Drunk.
He kind of like looks at you. You kind of immediately notice there's some like deep cataracts in his eyes, and you're not sure how much he can actually see of you as he's looking. He kind of pauses for a minute and then says, "All right, open the door. and he closes the little man door next to it, and then you kind of hear him for some footsteps and some puttering around inside. After a moment, like the barn door style kind of like slides open, space for like the wagon to kind of pull in.
I drive the wagon through.
Perfect. All right. As you do, the older dwarf is kind of just waiting inside, and he looks as you all kind of get in. He says, "That'll do. The rest of you get out."
I pop off the back of the wagon and head like at the door that the wagon was dropped off at. I'm waiting for everybody to get out.
Perfect.
Snowfall and Winter will go out.
Yeah.
Everybody would notice it's just like a regular little warehouse shop area with there are some like what looks more like temporary walls or barricades, kind of like making a little drive-in garage area where you can't see through to the rest of the warehouse. I'm picturing it's like the warehouse with those little windows up along the top, kind of around the sides. But you notice those are all boarded up from the back where you can't see through the windows up at the top. So it's like extra dark inside, but that isn't a problem for any of you to see with. You would just notice it.
All right. Well, here's your invoice, and have a nice day.
I look at the old dwarf and in like broken, high school Spanish, attempt in Dwarven to say, "There's just the matter of payment."
Yep. That the little box is like where the little barriers are, kind of for you guys, so you can't quite see into the rest of the space. And he says, "Talk to and then the name of the administrator that you talk to within the dwarven temple. I don't remember his or her name. Does anybody happen to remember that?
Former last front.
What was it?
Former last front.
That sounds right. He would say
it's on the room across the hall or across the street.
Oh, that's wise of me to put that. Yeah, the Thormer. Yeah, he would say, talk to Thormer about that. I don't deal with payment. Get out of here."
Back in common, I tell him, "Listen, old dwarf, this was an extra difficult job, and there was a lot of scrutiny on trying to get this thing in here unscathed. Take good care of this. I don't want to hear from Thormer that anything went missing. We what am I trying to say? It was a lot of work getting this thing here, and the payment we arranged isn't going to be adequate."
He takes a little step towards you, Loki, as you're saying that. He says, "What do I look like? Some wee little dwarf? First day off my mother's lap? Every job is hard. That's why we hired you. Now get out of here and go. If you got a problem, go talk to Thormer about it. I ain't touching nothing."
You see to it nothing gets touched until Thormer gets here, and I'll walk off at that point.
Perfect. Yeah, he ignores you and starts going over to the horses. Were you trying to persuade or intimidate, or like a mix of both?
A little bit of both. Nothing in particular. I just I actually can't recall offhand what we said payment for this was supposed to be.
I can't either. I think it was like a little bit initial they gave you, and then there was like, I thought the payment was just a slot in the dungeon, if I recall. I don't think you're getting any monetary payment unless I forgot.
I think that's right, and some equipment and stuff that we took.
And I think you took the equipment initially, right?
Up front.
Yeah, up front.
Right.
So,
Because I remember I was angry about it with Winter. I was like, what did you get? You got a job for like there was no reward. The reward is be part of our conspiracy.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Perfect.
Hey, we got silvered weapons.
That's true.
And-
The rest of you, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say not just the silvered weapons, like we replenished all of our equipment was like anything you wanted from their little, I don't know, what do you call it? Their little weaponry.
Yeah, we
Quartermaster,
did
right?
pick up some dungeon delving stuff with some spells and things or potions.
Yeah, but you already had that. You could have just ditched him.
True.
I don't know if Rosa would have liked that though. She seems to like to sometimes keep her word. No, I don't. I'm teasing. Yeah, that's true. Loki, Vaclav, and Rosa, you guys are staying. Rosa, you said you were already leaving, right? Vaclav and Loki, you staying in there, or you're both heading out?
Out, of course.
Oh, like cool.
Yeah, we'll head out.
All right, perfect. The door, the older dwarf, as you leave, kind of goes up to the slot, kind of eyes you, Loki, as he's like slamming the door behind you as you all exit. Okay, where to now?
Dwarves.
Man, no tip.
Patrick, right?
Yeah, we gotta go, Patrick.
Patrick, yeah.
Let's get down into the tunnels. Come on. Winter will start walking towards Patrick's place.
Okay. Headed towards Patrick's place. And you told him that you had to reschedule, right?
Yeah.
For the evening.
We'll be back in a few hours. Yeah.
Okay. All right, heading over to Patrick Blazing Horn's shack.
Yes.
As a group. All right, who's taking the lead here as we get up to it?
Hey, I will.
Perfect. Loki, can you make a perception check?
That's better. 17.
Perfect. As you come up, you kind of hear a lot of sounds coming from the Patrick Blazinghorn's shack. Sounds like some voices and some like laughing and what sounds like stories being told and kind of just general raucous shouting from inside. The lights are still on as well, and it is 2:30 a.m. at this point.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'll go up to the door and thieves can't be like, Patrick, open up.
As you're getting close to the door kind of opens in front of you, and a what appears to be a at least partially intoxicated humanoid orc kind of like pushes past you through the door and says, "Oh, there's more inside." As he pushes past the group and moves back and stumbles towards his own shack, presumably.
It's not Malbec, is it?
No. Malbec was the guard. I don't think he was an orc, if I recall. Maybe he was. I don't remember. Zuruk the Bruiser
Excuse
was
me,
a...
Zuruk.
Yeah.
It's not Zuruk, is it?
Yeah, let's say it is. Zuruk is the one that kind of stumbles by the party.
Sorry, remind me, who's Zuruk?
Okay, so Zuruk is when Snowfall was pretending to brood on the coffin that was buried. Zuruk was the orc that came up and I had to pay off, but I was looking at like, hey, we could use this guy.
Right.
And I said, we're potentially going on a mission,
Mhm.
and I told him to meet us at Patrick's if he was interested.
Okay, cool.
And I was like, so as he's going out, I'm like, Zurich, leaving so soon?
Oh, I've had my fill.
So you coming with us, or are you done for the night?
Now, did you offer him going with you on the trip?
No, I told him there was a potential opportunity, but if he's leaving,
I couldn't remember if you had offered him to like help run your like operations here, or if you wanted him to go with you on the trip. Can you remind me?
it was the operations for the
Oh,
for the smuggling stuff.
oh,
Yeah,
sure.
basically be like our North Fork inside man.
Got it, got it, got it. Yeah, as you're leaving, he would say, "Oh, sure, I can be on duty," and he kind of like takes his little like hat and he kind of like turns it 90 degrees and puts it back on and says, "Ready for work."
Is he totally inebriated?
Like 75%.
Okay. Um, and how is he dressed?
He is currently dressed with like fairly nice of his like leather clothing. There is like a little bit of vomit on one of the corners of it, but it's been like carefully scraped away, so only like the smaller chunks are still adhering to his shirt. His like leggings would be mostly well kept, but there would be some like slashes and rips through it. Looks like he's been out and about. But they're like really well made stuff that are well past his their like lifetime of expected use kind of a thing.
Okay, so
What do you need me for?
I say I need you to stand. I was like, can you be discreet?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pull out.
He like stumbles a little bit and uses like Phoenix to catch him and like almost pushes Phoenix over.
Oh, poor Phoenix. Um,
Oh, sorry, sorry, you little guy there.
uh, I would say, do you know where the Jade Manor is?
Of course.
So I tell him, I want to make it okay. I'm gonna pull out 5 gold, which is a lot,
Yep.
but I'm trying to gain his trust. So I flash it and I put it like in a pouch, and I thrust it at him. I say, Zura, this is important. Listen, you know that warehouse across the street from the Mordon's temple?
Yeah, I know the place.
I need you to be discreet. I need you to watch. And if people are talking about the tieflings, do you know where the Jade Manor is?
Yeah, I do.
You need to run to the Jade Manor. If they're out looking for tieflings, and I need you to warn them.
Warn him about what, miss?
Just tell whoever opens the door that the teapot is boiling over. And threaten them with the child. They'll know what it means.
All right, of course.
And then I leave him with the purse, and I say, all right, Zura, we'll see you soon.
Where can I find you?
I look to Vaclav and I say, we heading out tonight, Patrick? With Patrick, Papa?
Yeah, absolutely.
I say we're at Patrick's shack, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this the one that's like out in like the forest?
It's out in like the slums. So if you kind of look at the city, if you're on the shared screen, like north of this little river is where it's like the temples and some of the nicer places are. On the other side of the river, on the inside of the orange wall, that's where like the shacks and the smaller little row houses for other people to live are. And we're kind of like out here. When we were first out here, it was the only rectangle around. And since then, I've been slowly like populating it as the rest of the city is there. But it's built up as like the more of the like manual labor of the city.
Okay, I'm gonna say for that amount of money, I would like. I say we'll meet back here at Patrick's shack. I don't know if we call it a shack. At Patrick's place.
More of a hovel.
It's a hovel, yeah.
Mhm.
Cat Shack.
In 2 days' time, and for that amount of gold, if we're not back, you'll just wait for us. I also know where you live.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And then I leave it at that. My thinking on that is that the dwarves are gonna come looking for the tieflings when they open that backside up, and we're not gonna be around, and the only place they know where tieflings are, of course, is where the family is. So I need somebody to like warn them. So that's why. But and
No,
then
I picked that up.
yeah, so
Cool.
what to do?
All right, let's go up to the shack then.
Yeah, Loki.
I'm just gonna open the door and then thieves can't be like, Patrick.
Yeah, as you open the door, there's like probably 7 people aside from Patrick inside his little hovel. You were in here before, if I recall. It was pretty tight with all sorts of stuff in there now. It's like even packed more with people that are still kind of like nursing their beers. It looks like there's a big some kind of like a big barrel on the inside on top of like a little container, and there's all sorts of like drinks laying around, and looks like some food order, and lots of like a huge party clearly was just here. And then as you open the door, there's like a hurrah as everyone kind of sees you ready, more party members to join. Patrick looks like he's in the center. It looks like he is curled up on the floor. There is a little bit of vomit near him.
Oh my god. And thieves can't. I'm like, all right, Patrick, it's time to go.
There's a roaring laughter from the party members behind, and someone says, he's not going anywhere.
In Thieves Camp.
Yeah. Well, no, they'd just be not anymore. They'd just be saying it in common at this point.
Yeah.
But
I'm
they
like,
they
dude.
clearly understood him when he said it in Thieves Camp.
Yes, that's a good point.
Okay.
I walk up there. Is there a keg?
There is.
All right, I'm gonna help myself.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I go.
Like, well, oh, we might as well join the party for a bit, and I'm trying to think if we.
Well, I think it would be better if we're out of town. You know what I mean?
I hear you. And like Patrick, let's load up the supplies and we gotta go.
There's no reply from Patrick.
Is he totally passed out?
You can make a medicine check.
Ooh, I rolled a 20. Great
He
time for
is
that die.
great use of that 20 for sure. It looks like he is snoring resoundly on the floor. Looks like someone's moved him into the recovery position, which is good. So you're not worried about him choking on his own vomit or anything. It looks like he's a little older than maybe you originally anticipated. And he is binge drinking here, and he doesn't look like he has a strong history of that. But he is within his limits. You're not worried for his general safety in the future. But he will certainly be hungover tomorrow, you would guess.
All right, so I'm gonna pound this beer and just drop the mug wherever, and then
It's surprisingly good.
oh, nice. I think he spent our money, but I'm gonna
What?
I'm gonna walk over and grab him and physically haul him out into the air, the cold air, and then is there like a drinking trough or something around
Yeah,
for animals?
definitely.
Yeah, I imagine there's like livestock here in the slums, right?
I'm also picturing like a medieval city. There'd be like those little fountains at the crossroads kind of thing. So yeah.
Okay. Well, ideally, I want to put him in a watering trough, like
Got
for
it.
donkeys or something, and I'm just gonna sort of dump him in there.
Yeah. Oh, like intending like with his face down so he drowns
Oh, yeah.
or more.
Well, I'm not gonna actually let him drown, but
Oh, like Princess Bride
Yeah.
style.
yes.
Got it. Okay, perfect. That makes sense.
Meanwhile, Phoenix picked up the tankard that Bosov dropped, and he just thought that looked so cool. Like, just pour a beer and slam it and drop it.
Yeah.
So he pours like an ounce of ale in there.
I feel like
And-
he would pour it up to the tippy top.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably totally
like the first.
more accurate.
He doesn't know, right? That's what-
Like over pours it and then tries to slam it just like Vaclav.
Yeah.
You tell me where we
Oh,
go
for
from
sure.
here.
Yeah. Can you make a Constitution saving throw? Is what I'm thinking.
Yes, I can.
And Winter's in
That
there
is-
too.
Surprisingly,
Yeah, I think
18.
18. Yeah, I think maybe in a little bit of your potion brewing
As he gets
practice.
As he gets about a quarter of the way through it, I like smack it out of his hand. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Does he have a big foam,
Winter would probably
big
do the
foam
same thing.
mustache?
Foamy mustache and a huge ass grin. Just a massive grin.
Yeah, Phoenix, it's delicious. You're like, oh man,
Awesome.
this is
Oh, yeah.
good. You can see why everyone's having this party.
Phoenix just developed a problem. Okay. Runs in the family, I guess.
It,
So, like,
it does, Phoenix, but now ain't the time.
so the bug goes flying, and Phoenix just looks at Loki with the shit-eating grin and turns around. He's like, "That's how we do it. Let's go get Patrick."
Look,
Perfect.
Phoenix, Uncle Vaclav will teach you all about that later.
Come on,
Right now,
Sparks.
we got a
Come on,
job to do.
Snowfall.
In Draconic, I say to I'm sorry, what's the dragon's name again?
Snowfall.
Snowfall.
Snowfall. I say to Snowfall, can you make this water colder?
Nice.
Snowfall jumps up on the trough and like spritz his little breath weapon in there.
Nice.
Okay. Vaclav, you tossed Patrick in first. He just kind of submerged into the water, but with that little lick of cold, it seems like he kind of like starts shuddering awake and kind of like spraying around as you have him under the water.
I pull him up and I go, "You ready for work?"
Can you make a dexterity saving throw?
Probably not. 9.
9. He looks at you and then vomits all over you, and his attack roll for his vomit exceeded your dexterity saving throw.
Nice,
and
nice.
you end up having quite the beer covered vomit on the front of you.
I go, and I plunge him back in the water.
Perfect. He sputters and gags in there. And do you hold him down?
Yeah, for a little while, and then
Teach him a lesson.
yeah, and then I'll drag him back up, and
As he's kind of like spitting out the water, as you kind of pull him back up.
ready for work.
Phoenix walks out the door and turns and literally just catches and like I rolled a con save of 15, so he doesn't puke himself, but he definitely
Nice.
Perfect. He says, kind of like, his eyes are a little blurry for a moment, and then he kind of like focuses on your face, Vaclav. I'm picturing your, Princess Bride. You kind of have him by the hair, and you're real close to him as he's dripping. And he says, "Yeah, sure. Are you ready?"
I say, yeah, we're all here. We're all ready. On your feet, soldier. And I kind of stand him up on his feet.
Yeah.
And then I let go.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how he does. Yeah, he stands for a moment, and then he starts like moving to the left a little bit, and then overcorrects and falls right to the ground.
When we last encountered him, he had like a pack on and he was ready to go. We're in his house. Can I find his pack?
Oh yeah, are you going inside?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, I figured you were talking to Zaruk for a minute there while everyone else was having their party. Yeah,
Yep.
you can definitely go in, and there's a cheer as you enter. I'm guessing you're the only woman that's now inside, so you would imagine some of the cheers might be more of like leers as well. But I would imagine this would not be. Rosa would be experienced in this. It would not be like a surprise.
Yeah. I look around with the most like the biggest face of disgust of like, ugh,
Yeah.
of course. And I see the picture of what's going on with Vaclav and Patrick. All of that had just went down. I'm just like, I'm gonna go get his shit. So I'm looking for his pack and everything.
Yeah, perfect. As you enter, you also see Phoenix with like a big, like foamy smile, and like it's kind of like dripping off of his face.
As I walk by him, I look at Phoenix with the mom look. I'm like, no.
But look at how old I look. I have a mustache now.
No. Go help Vaclav.
As soon as I make a beard.
No. And I grab the mug that he's holding.
That's already been
drinking it, and then I put it down.
It was on the ground, but
Okay.
I'm gonna unhitch a donkey, and I'm gonna like put a blanket over it, and then sort of bind Patrick upright on the donkey.
Yeah.
Time to the neck or whatever.
It's like a donkey that's like outside of someone else's house. Does that stop you at all?
No.
Okay, just clarifying. I didn't think so, but I didn't want to gotcha or anything. Yeah.
it's like bikes in Amsterdam. You'll find another one. We'll leave this one wherever we
Perfect. The donkey. Can you make a handle animal check?
I can. I was gonna ask you if I can,
Or if you have another way to mitigate that, yeah.
No, if I can get rid of my proficiency in deception, because I don't think I should be a good liar, but it came from my background. If I could take animal handling instead, I want to be a bad liar.
Oh yeah. Do you think you're a good liar, or you just have no interest in becoming
I
a
mean,
better liar?
I try to lie to people, but I probably know by experience that I'm not that great. But
Yeah, definitely.
I still try.
And it's funny because you've been having to make a bunch of handle animals because you're always the driver or like taking.
So proficiency bonus is
That's such cool character development too, because it's like you're literally realizing I just suck at lying.
Yeah.
Not that you're gonna stop, but you're like, but man, I could drive the crap out of these carts.
14 animal handling.
14. Yeah, I think the donkey's kind of like initially sleeping, but you manage with a strong but loving hand grab it and bring it over to the donkey, and it manages to stop there. You grab its little feed bag, and it seems pretty happy with you.
Nice. So I haul Patrick up and get him kind of tied to the neck or whatever, and
I'm ready. I'm ready to go. He's kind of like slipping down the donkey, but you've like tied him in place where he only like slides a little bit, and then like the knots kind of tighten and hold him in that spot. If you know what I mean.
right. All right.
Perfect.
So if the others come back, then we'll get
Yeah,
out of
I
here.
pick up the keg and I hand it to the dwarf in the corner, and I'm like, "Party's over, everyone. Take this and
Boo! There's a big like booing for you.
that and all right, all right. Party's not over. It's just going on the road. Here you go."
Yay!
Um, I give the keg to the dwarf and send them on their way.
Oh man, I was gonna suggest we bring the keg with us.
Hair of the dog for
Once it hits the
Patrick.
lips. Once it hits the lips.
I hear Phoenix say, "We
Wait,
should bring
wait,
it." I'm
wait,
like,
listen.
"No,
Exactly. Yeah.
no."
And then the dwarf, he picks it up, and then he kind of like starts a little parade, and everyone else kind of follows him in the little parade as he carries the keg, and it looks like it's going just next door.
This is like freaking Pacific Beach in the 90s.
I was thinking a
that
little bit
too.
of like fraternity life is where I was
Yep.
chanting a little bit of that. I don't know if you felt that kind of reminded me a little bit of
Mhm.
yeah, college for sure. Rosa, can you make an investigation check? You were looking for his pack and stuff, if I recall.
Yeah.
Phoenix, are you attempting to join the parade?
No, I definitely know I'm not supposed to go with them. I would like to, but I'm not.
Maybe you look at them longingly.
Yeah.
I rolled a 1. I am like, weird. What the hell?
You're looking for it, but you are like maybe so mad at Phoenix, and he's maybe like he's longing for the parade, and you're like, oh, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna make a run for it, and you're focused on that.
Yes.
So
I'm like,
And I-
Loki, find the pack. We gotta go.
Yeah, and I tell Phoenix, look, find the supplies that they were supposed to get for heading into the dungeon. Let's get going.
The dungeon? What
Okay.
dungeon?
The mine.
The mines, sorry.
yeah, Phoenix, can you make an investigation? Are you looking?
Yep, absolutely.
Perfect. Can you make yours with disadvantage? You have had
Wow.
quarter weight in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? I'm not sure we need disadvantage
Oh,
on this, but okay.
Already a bad roll.
All right. And I'm looking for investigation.
Yeah,
Oh,
and Loki, can you do investigation as well?
Yeah, I have a 17.
Okay, perfect.
I have an 8, and I'm like, found it, and I'm just picking shit up. Got it. Looking out the door, looking out the window at the keg going away.
I'm like, good.
Yeah, looks like Phoenix has found 2 stools and a cook pot that hasn't been cleaned in at least a week. Loki, you do manage to find the pack that he was wearing earlier. It's just kind of in the corner. Does have a little bit of beer spilled on it.
Fabulous. And then were there any other supplies, weapons, anything that he would need for the trip that are obvious around?
Yeah, I think he had his pack on his back, and he probably had, we'll say, like 2 saddlebags near it that look like they're packed.
All right. So, like, Phoenix, take this stuff out to Vaclav. Let's get out of here.
All right. I'll start taking the stuff out, and then I'm going to ask Snowfall if I can ride again. And if so, the conversation is immediately about, have you ever had beer or ale or whatever? And we got to get some because it is delicious.
Does Snowfall have any opinions on ale, Winter?
I don't think Snowfall would have ever had it because he's only a few days
Oh,
old.
that's right.
Oh yeah. I'm like, okay, so I am literally trying to persuade Snowfall we should be on a mission to get some more of that.
Phoenix, can you make a persuasion check?
Yeah. Oh my god, yes.
Okay, you have to do it in your voice.
So listen, Snowfall. This stuff
No,
is
you-
magical.
you-
Oh, and draconic. Okay. Oh, say Isenley. Oh wait, that's not draconic. That's freaking infernal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. All right. Here we go.
Is it didgeridoo?
And the roll was actually an 18.
18. All right. Sounds like Snowfall was probably at least partially convinced that ale is a worthwhile goal, and it's something that they should be searching for.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I figure a quarter of a tankard or whatever for a kid.
That's what I'm.
Probably enough to get a little buzz going.
I think so. Yeah.
But I wouldn't even know that. Like,
Right.
I've never experienced it, so I'm just super freaking happy, and I'm like, this is the best drink ever. We have to get it, and I'm like, it's amazing. I can't even tell you.
Yeah, he's just like going.
I
off
love
on,
you,
like,
Snowfall.
this-
I love you so much. You're the best drink I've ever known.
So you're in like
we
the
best
super
friends?
happy, loving, drunk style for the little kid Phoenix that probably shouldn't be drinking. And then Winter is probably like, wow, Phoenix is acting really weird. And everyone else is probably like, oh, whatever. Snow.
Well, he's doing like didgeridoo speak, so we're
Yeah.
just like, and he's always talking like that. So it's like business as usual.
All right. Looks like Vaclav that Loki and Rosa come out with the backpack that Patrick was wearing before, as well as a couple saddlebags. You put them on the donkey?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Looks like somebody did. I don't know who's doing that.
I did.
And
Sorry.
Zaruk is not going with us. He's on his own little thing that you had him do. Okay, what now?
I'm thinking we leave town in the direction of the mountain.
Yep.
Now, are
And
you
then-
trying to, like, if I zoom out here, are you trying to, like, where's my laser? Go up through, like, the center? Or are you trying to, like, there's probably a gate over here, like a less used one, to go out that way? Or,
That sounds ideal.
Uh-huh.
The side gate.
they probably do. There's probably, like, a guard or something over there.
Are we going through the? Which gate is that? Is that the one that we went through earlier?
No, that was at the
Okay,
bottom.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a different gate. But what kind of a gate? I was just thinking about that. Hang on, give me a second to see what would be over there.
As we're headed that way, I pull out a cloak. Is Patrick is he awake, Vaclav?
Sometimes.
I'm like, probably get this on him. We don't need people seeing the dead man walking.
I'm scrubbing my clothes with like a wet rag, just trying to get the vomit off.
Winter casts prestidigitation and cleans it.
Ooh.
I go, whoa, that could do that.
Yeah.
And that laundry business was gonna kill. So yeah, so we'll scoop up a big hat full of that water, the cold water, and every once in a while splash it on Patrick.
Yeah, definitely. I'm ready. I'm here. And then as his eyelids kind of like heavily close over time as you kind of keep moving.
Yep. Is there a fantasy equivalent of the coffin?
I would assume there is. There's probably even like a potion or something that does it. I was also wondering, you have some like anti-poison potions or something, if I recall. So I was thinking one of those might be effective, and you would probably know that to be the case.
Yeah, I was thinking even something like basic healing spell or something. I mean, we're just talking about
I think it would have to be lesser rest, though.
intoxication.
I think
not
it
really
would
poison.
lesser restoration would certainly, because it's like a condition, not like a hit point necessarily.
Yeah, I was
Doesn't the-
figuring like we just and I say as much, as you guys are like talking about, oh, let's get him fixed up. I'm like, let him rest it off for a little bit. Let's not
Right.
waste our resources. Dude's just drunk. As long as we're getting to where we need to get.
I used to work drunk all the time. It's fine.
Exactly. You
Yeah,
have
we,
to-
we should always work drunk, you guys.
and if you're choosing,
I think a snowfall would say, "Yeah, agreed."
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we'll come up on that side gate.
Yep. As we do, coming up. Looks like there is. This one's like a gate that looks like it's mostly closed, and it's like a smaller opening total. And on top of the little palisade here, there is a town guard that's kind of like dressed up. Looks like as you're getting closer, he kind of like possibly shakes himself awake and then says, "Oh, halt! Who goes there?"
just some travelers.
I murmur to Loki. Do you have any way to put him to sleep?
That's a good question. Not really. God,
No?
if I charm them, I think they're gonna know afterwards, right?
Like permanently or for a little bit?
As he knocks an
Um,
arrow.
Yeah, no, this would be a good use for the sleep spell, but I do not have it.
Or like bardic performance of some sort, but I don't know. If you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But I definitely reply to him like, we got to get this delivery going.
I can't. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I see that we're like hum-hawing about this guard and stuff here, and then I hear, "Can we put him to sleep?" And I would like to cast thaumaturgy and make a phantom sound, 10, 20, 30 feet below the guard towards the bottom. Is he up on a wall or
Yeah, about
what's
10
his-
feet up.
Okay, so about 30 feet towards the bottom of the. Yeah.
You can move it if you
think
want.
Okay, oh, I have to go back to the map. Bleh. Whatever. Where the fuck is this? There we go. So, why are you not shrinking? Yeah, fuck it. Just 30 feet below the guard, make a sound of ominous whispers.
Okay.
And I'd make them sound like they were in draconic.
So wow.
But in whisper.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the guard notices.
It's a cantrip.
And
I'm gonna say to him, "Hey, we need to go out."
Well, the door, it's closed.
Well, I could see that.
So I'm gonna use thaumaturgy again, and in booming voice, I'm gonna say, By the power of the child, open the door! And it's 3 times as loud as normal.
The door. So you're going along, like you're talking to him, and then the little tiny druid in your party that's partially drunk starts shouting 3 times as loud as normal. Is that correct? I'm picturing that in my head.
I think I flinch and turn around surprised.
The door guard, it looks like he's starts fumbling on his person, like looking for something.
And I say to the guard, hey, look, sorry about the late night deal. We got to get this delivery out of here, and there was a big bonus in it for us if we get this on time. Here's for your troubles tonight.
Does he look alarmed, like he's looking for like a bell or something?
Of course he is.
Okay, so
and
I see Loki trying to smooth things out, but I'm sorry, Loki. I'm just gonna like put a hand on your shoulder, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, why don't you go make some soup or something?" And that's a suggestion. Make a saving throw.
For a spell?
Yeah, Wisdom DC 14.
Oh, yes. What is that? I don't think I am familiar with suggestion. I just know of it as a spell.
You suggest a course of activity in no more than 25 words to one creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Must sound achievable, not involve anything that would obviously deal damage to the target or its allies. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the charmed condition for the duration until you or your allies deal damage to it. He pursues the suggestion to the best of his ability. Can continue for the entire duration, which is 8 hours, I think.
Yeah. Okay, he fails. So he stops, like, looking for his presumably whistle, you would imagine, and says, hold right there. I'll be right back. I have to do something quick. And he, you can hear him kind of like unlock something up at the top of the little palisade. You can hear him kind of like come down the stairs, and he kind of like exits, then takes his keys out and like locks the little door behind him, and then rushes off behind the party. Looks like going somewhere else.
I checked the door to see if I can open it.
Yeah, it looks locked.
Before he runs off, I was looking, maybe if I could like walk over and try to lift those keys.
Oh, sure.
As he's trying to put them back.
Yeah, that would be sleight of hand, right?
Yeah. A 10. Not great.
He is in a hurry. I think I rolled a 20, so you are not successful in lifting them, unfortunately. He kind of he probably even catches you. Get off of here! Something very important, an emergency.
Well, you should leave the keys with us then, if it's an emergency.
Ooh, I like that. Persuasion.
and I add to that, like, we'll make sure that nothing happens here while you go handle the emergency.
Nice.
Sure. Advantage on your persuasion.
14.
The guard here kind of looks around. It seems like that compulsion is like growing in his mind as Winter, as he's talking to you, Winter, and he says, fine, leave, I'll be right back. And he gives you the keys and then hurries off.
Right. All right, I will go unlock the door.
Yeah, Rose is like, she's trying to like pull at the door as you arrive. She's like, I think it's locked.
It's locked.
I'll unlock it, but as I'm doing so, I say, Vaclav, you haven't done that to any of us before, have you?
What?
Very suspicious.
Failed
his ability to do that. No.
That's crazy.
And then I'll, whatever way to open it, I'll try to find a way to open this gate and do that.
Yeah. You go up to the top of the stairs and there's like one of those big wheels, and I'm picturing it's like some mechanism to open. I don't know, how would this open? Probably swings. It probably unlocks and swings because that'd be like the easiest mechanism to build, I think. So you unlock it. You would have to have somebody else pull the gate open and closed. Rosa, did you say you were going to do something else too? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help with the door. I figured it was gonna be pretty heavy or whatever. So.
Oh, so you'll do the swinging? Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Then you guys get out. Do you close and what do you do at the end?
I close.
I just drop the keys by the gate and walk away.
I pick up the keys and then close the door completely and then relock it.
So it locks from like the top of the little tower.
Then I pocket the keys and close the door.
Nice. I think for me, you went from like super responsible to really not there. Yeah, that was pretty good. So to be clear, the gate is closed but not locked, and the keys are in Rosa's possession.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. All right. Then heading out to the mountain, right?
Yeah, and as soon as we start sort of like getting to the paths or whatever, we're gonna start asking Patrick which way to go.
Yeah, definitely. So if we were traveling, oops, I have to go build my tokens over here. Wish there was like a third setting where I could have like Fog of War on, but still be able to make tokens. With arrow. Oh. I want this. If the traveling order is that direction, what does our marching order look like? If that makes sense. And you can move yourself, or you can tell me and I can move you if you'd rather.
Are they narrow paths?
I mean, they're certainly not like 15 feet wide. So we would say, probably about 15. No, they're more 10 feet wide.
Okay.
So if I say the paths are like that, how would you guys be traveling? And I don't have like a extensive path network set up, but it might be that I might want an encounter in a particular spot.
So I'm walking with the donkey's reins.
I'm gonna be on the other side of the donkey, the reins, like where its head is or whatever. So
I don't think there's enough for 3 abreast, so you'd have to be.
You could be ahead of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Everyone else, Winter, Loki, you guys are brush cutting?
Here.
Stay behind.
Yeah. I guess we'll go like this.
Like that? Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's do a quick little bio break. Just need to do some quick framing and grab a quick snack.
Next to my first level spells, it says 1C. What does that mean?
Well, C is concentration.
No, I'm sorry. It's not the little C. It's instead of cast, in that little red rectangle, it says 1C. I think it might be because it's one charge. That's what it is.
Yeah, one charge.
Got it.
If it says use, it's like something that you have one time per day or whatever. C is a charge.
Mm-hmm. That's how I set up my sorcerer's progenitors to use charges. So that's what it is.
Nice. Baby. Never mind.
Baby.
We're recording.
Oh, dear.
But the joke had to do with charges, progenitor.
What?
What?
Exactly. So where's the chat?
Funny, I totally thought you guys would like rest first before you went on. But the choice to continue going was, I think, also good. It's always funny to what I think you guys are going to do compared to like what you guys actually do.
Oh.
I guess the story isn't compelling enough for her. Or is that, is she playing Patrick today?
That's right.
Right. The party's continuing on, and Patrick is like falling asleep. Vaclav, occasionally, are you waking him up to like ask which pathway to go on and make sure that you're kind of like sticking in the right place?
Yeah.
Perfect. Can everybody put their passive perceptions into the chat, please, so that I can like take a look at them there?
Heads. He's pulling on your cord, boots.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so I'm picturing this is like the whole world is kind of like that Southeast Asia vibe where nothing's really like that flat anyway, with like the storms and the humidity. Probably less humid here because we're kind of like getting up closer to the mountains. But this little path is not like a flat path, and I'm not even sure like a wagon would do particularly well here, but a donkey is doing just fine and kind of carrying your stuff over through little passes and edges as you're kind of moving through spaces. Occasionally there'd be like a little rustle or sound kind of out in the wilderness or off the edges, but nothing would stick out to you as particularly dangerous aside from just animals minding their own business, or maybe you're waking them up as you're kind of startling them in the darkness. Patrick, does anybody remember what species Patrick is? He's a dwarf, right? Or maybe? No, I don't remember actually.
I thought he was
I
human.
thought he was
Human.
I thought he was human.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. So I think maybe as you wake him up, Vaclav, he is having trouble. He would probably say to you, I don't know where we are. We should just sleep and start in the morning. It's dark.
I look at Loki and Rosa. Well, what do you think?
How does the rest of the party look? Like I'm sitting there looking like I don't see what the problem is. We just gotta get there, right?
We could camp out for the night once
you
we're
can't-
far enough away that we aren't gonna have to deal with any
You can't see.
of
Yeah.
the night's debacle.
In Infernal, I say, this smooth brow's useless at night.
Hey, light a lantern. I can't see the signpost.
Oh.
Did anybody bring a lantern?
He would have one
We
in
don't
his
need-
stuff. His saddlebags has one.
All right.
And I'd say, we don't need lanterns. Let's just I'm assuming we've gotten like a fair bit out of town.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's find a decent place to camp out.
Well, I pull out his lantern. I'm like, Loki, here's his lantern.
Yeah, I don't think we need to advertise where we're at tonight.
Who's coming for us?
No.
Have you heard anything going around us?
How far away have we walked already?
That's a good question. I think there would be some crossroads coming up like pretty quickly because it's not like there's like a marked path with like trail markers. It's more like hunting paths, and you kind of have to like there'd be like two paths that like converge, and then he would have to like kind of look. So it might not be that far, to be honest, before the first time a path would converge and he's having trouble seeing.
I'm looking at his lantern. What kind of lantern is it?
It's probably like a bullseye lantern. But you could like, I thought it was one of those where you could like had little shades and you could
I
turn
was
it
gonna
from
say,
like,
can I hood it?
yeah, definitely. And when you hood it, that means it like makes a tunnel, or it just lets light. I don't really know that much about what that does.
It can like directionally.
Yeah.
Like,
So you can
what's
set
the
it for
light?
that.
And then so I do as much. I'm like, see, Loki, nobody behind us can see it now.
I'm not worried about the people behind us. I'm worried about everyone else around us. We don't need light to see in the dark. Just those smooth heads.
I don't think any smooth heads are out right now.
And then I say, animals will be animals. This is the way. And I continue moving forward.
Perfect. Rosa, when you light up the lantern and shine it, that way. It would help him tell you which directions of the crossroads to turn on.
And because I'm up front over there, I'm like, yep, let's go.
Kind of pull in the donkey, and I picture Vaclav, you've kind of got the reins, but Rosa's just pulling both of you along.
With her personality. Yes.
And physically, yeah, I think both ways. Perfect. Continuing on with that. As you're going, there is like a particularly noticeable animal sound off to the side as you've been traveling about an hour or so. Patrick looked like he was kind of like drifting off, but his eyes kind of shoot open as that particular sound reaches his ears. It's kind of like a little bit of a bird call, like an owl, but like deeper and slower.
Do I notice him tense up?
Yes. And it's more of he kind of like wakens immediately. Stop! 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 He says to Vaclav and Rosa.
I stop the pack animal, the donkey.
Yeah. And where you are, let me move to. Move you guys back a little bit. Cool. Where you are, you're kind of walking this lighter area would be like a cliff face above you. So it's like nearly sheer, and the black below you is like a sheer going down. So it's almost like a kind of like switchbacking up the mountains here. And there'd be like a sound coming from just ahead, and he says, "It's a waru. We have to catch it."
Why?
Ooh.
Shh. Its pelts are very valuable.
I'm like, that's not our job.
Yeah.
I whisper it.
So is our time tonight. Let's keep going.
We can't. Just grab it quick. And he tries to like get off the donkey, but he's like tied up on top of the donkey and kind of like gets himself like wrapped up more in the ropes and the things that Vaclav used to tie him onto the donkey.
I let him struggle.
Oh, perfect. And you just continue on.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Unless Vaclav stops us.
Nope.
All right, cool. Yep. No, we have to catch it. And as you kind of go by, you kind of like hear a noise in the brush as you kind of go by. And like a small little mammal with this really beautiful purple, like effervescent fur kind of like skitters off the side and like right down the side of the mountain. No, that could have gotten me another keg. And now he seems extra sad.
I say, if this works out, you'll have enough kegs to kill yourself.
Perfect.
How many kegs can we buy?
Phoenix, no.
Just, can we always have one?
Or a never-ending one?
Yeah, go ahead and change your desired magic items.
Yeah, exactly.
Bottomless keg.
Bottomless keg.
Bottomless
Yeah.
skein. Never ending skein of beer.
Phoenix, Loki,
Yes.
and Winter. You guys all have the highest passive perceptions. As you are kind of continuing along these switchbacks, up ahead through the darkness. Hang on, let me just check my distances here. Dark vision is 60 feet?
Yeah.
And then it is disadvantaged because it's black and white, right? Or is that changed in the 2024?
In total darkness, it would be disadvantage. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was low light and lower, no?
I don't think it fixes low light. So low light is naturally disadvantaged, so I suppose it would also be disadvantaged.
That's
But
a
if
good
you
point.
have dark vision and that low light is inside your dark vision, you see like normal. There's no
Yeah.
disadvantage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking. But outside, it's not like pitch darkness. It's probably like moonlight. Oh, let me see what faces.
Depends. It is a jungle.
A monster with dark
yeah,
vision can
yeah.
see in the dark within a specific radius. The monster can see in dim light within the radius as if it were bright light, and in
Aha.
darkness as if it were dim light. The monster can't discern color in darkness, only shades of gray. Many creatures that live underground have this special sense. And that's what it says about dark vision.
Cool. All right. Continuing on our little pathway, the three of you notice up ahead, it looks like there are like what looks like three like humanoid skeletal corpses like shambling around like in a smaller little circle in the area along the edge here, with the light color still representing like the sheer cliff face up, and the black representing like a cliff face down, probably 60 to 80 feet of mixed up on both.
I'll say, and I'll whisper to Patrick, "Hey, Patrick, are there supposed to be skeletons moving around outside?
Sometimes
I thought there was only in the caves."
they get out. Winter, did the party stop, or are you guys still walking?
I didn't see them. So
Yeah, it was just Loki, Winter, and Phoenix.
Let's see. I'm back there in the back, so and Winter's on too. Do you see those?
Yeah.
We'll get a little closer, and before I'll tell everyone to stop. Let's find out more about what these skeletons are doing out here.
Are they armed?
Looks like they have like tree branches or like logs in their hands, like, and they're kind of have them menacingly.
I'm gonna summon a warhammer into my hands.
I pull out my greatsword.
I think the warhammer is sort of like right out of the furnace, hot, like glowing, reddish. And I'm gonna say, let's clean them up. Go walking out ahead.
I'll say to Patrick, look, we're not from these parts. What do we need to know about these things? Do they go down as easy as they look?
Yeah, when they're in small groups like this.
All right, Patrick, go get him. I'll chuckle. But I'll step up with my short swords and snowfall.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, I think Vaclav was moving up. I'm going to move you up a little bit. Can everyone make a quick initiative check and put that into the chat? All right, looks like Loki, then Winter Vaclav.
Thanks, and Rosa.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and then Snowfall is.
Same as me.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes it a lot easier. And Patrick is at the bottom. And let's see, Rosa. All right, Loki, you're first. Go ahead and take an action if you like, or wait.
I look out at the skeleton number 2, and I'm like, yeah, I've heard about you guys. All bones, no guts. And so cast vicious mockery. So it's a wisdom save 14.
It fails. Does it work on skeletons? I don't know.
As long as they can hear me, they don't have to be able to understand.
Cool. Works for me.
Oh, a 4. So 4 points of damage and disadvantage on its next attack.
Perfect. It seems like those words really hurt it and did some psychic damage to the skeleton somehow. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like, but it does seem to have hurt it. Do you end your turn?
Yeah, that. Well, I'll move up. Let me figure out where that'll be. But yeah, that'll be it for my turn.
Perfect. Over to Winter / Snowfall.
All right. Bonus action, I'll direct Snowfall to go up and attack. And then I cannot get there 30 feet. So have Snowfall attack. Definitely miss.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna just ready an attack. I'll have my short swords out. If one of the skeletons comes up to me, I'm gonna attack it.
Perfect. Do you end your turn?
End my turn. Yep.
All right. Over to Vaclav.
All right. Am I close enough to walk up on skeleton 1?
36, 35. What's your move?
30.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say your intention was to walk up and be close enough, so I'm gonna say you can.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll walk up on skeleton 1 and give it a two-handed smack with my warhammer.
Sure.
And I also missed.
It's late, it's tricky. I could see how you guys would miss. Perfect. Change your turn.
Yeah.
Over to Phoenix.
All right. I am going to, token. Hello. I'm going to step up in front of Rosa.
Oh, man.
And I am going to say, watch this, Rosa. And then, let's go, Sparks! And I throw out a firebolt at skeleton number 3, seeing as the other 2 seem to be engaged currently, so they should be dispatched.
Perfect. What's your attack roll?
It is a...
I also picture in my head canon, Phoenix is like, Rosa, watch. Are you watching? Are you watching? Oh, you were watching.
Yeah. So one hand is out, like aiming, and meanwhile I'm looking at her. Watch. Boom, and it just goes. That is a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so for 3 plus just 3 fire damage.
Perfect. Solid hit. Skeleton lights up. Seems like it turns and focuses on nearest party member by charging towards Vaclav. Do you end your turn, Phoenix?
One moment. Bonus actions are...
Sorry, Dan. It occurred to me they might have very low ACs. I had an 11. Is that a hit?
Oh, 11 does hit, yes.
Okay, sorry. Do you mind if I roll damage?
Go ahead.
All right.
Add D6 cold because Snowfall's going to use his reaction to add damage.
Okay, cool. So plus 3, 4 bludgeoning and 6 cold. I think it's vulnerable to bludgeoning, probably, if it's a skeleton.
It's a good question. I don't know if they're vulnerable to bludgeoning. I thought they were just like resistant to piercing, which, but I don't know. I'm gonna say it does. They're not vulnerable unless like the 5th edition. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Cool.
Meanwhile, before the end of my turn, I use my bonus action and cast Shillelagh on my staff.
Got it. Are both of those? Shillelagh is a leveled spell, and Firebolt was a regular,
No.
right?
Oh shit! You're right. My bad. Nope, those are both cantrips. Boo.
Well, I think you can cast 2 cantrips, but I don't think Shillelagh is a bonus action unless it's changed. It could have been.
It is absolutely a bonus
Bonus
action.
action.
Then you can cast 2 cantrips. You just can't cast 2 leveled spells. Am I right?
Oh. I thought it was you
Right.
could cast a spell and a cantrip.
No, it's that you can't cast 2 leveled spells.
Okay,
in one
cool.
turn.
Well, then Shillelagh and that.
Cool. I'm guessing Shillelagh is designed for that particular use case so that you could
Yeah, I would assume.
use it in addition. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Then you end your turn, Phoenix?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Over to Skeleton. Skeleton 1 is going to swing its club at you, Vaclav. What's your armor class?
12.
Kind of connects with you, but you're able to shrug off the blow. It doesn't deal any damage. Skeleton 2 attacks Snowfall. What's
It's
Snowfall's armor
16's
class?
advantage.
It's
16.
disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Darn, I got a 19. We'll see what my second roll is. Oh, 20. So I still hit, but not a crit. Hits Snowfall for 4 bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Snowfall was a little distracted, adding his cold over to Vaclav's hit, and did not dodge. Skeleton 3 is going to move up to Vaclav and swing at him. 16 was your armor class?
No, 12.
12. Oh, it hits.
Okay.
For 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Problem.
Perfect. Over to Rosa. Oh, yeah.
You know
go
what? I'm gonna light it up. So I go, you stupid thing, and it erupts in green fire.
That's what is that?
Hellish
spell?
Rebuke.
Hellish Rebuke. And that's whenever you take damage, right?
Yeah, it's a reaction when I take damage.
Perfect. Is that a saving throw, if I recall? Or attack roll?
Yeah, dex saving throw.
Perfect. 11.
That's a failure. It takes 13 fire damage.
Oh, geez. Skeleton 3 erupts into fire and dies.
Nice.
Perfect. Over to Rosa.
I ask Patrick next to me, do these guys come back?
Well, of course.
Damn it. And I say, in Tiefling, in Infernal, these days, I don't know how to speak Pig Latin, but I'm like, yeah, y'all, these guys come back. Be aware. And then I'm going to move.
He would say, pour the flask on it, and then they won't. The holy water.
Okay. And I would say, use your holy water. And I'm going to move. Token. I'm going to move. And as I walk past Phoenix, good job, Phoenix. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Why is this not moving?
I work for beer.
I'm going to go up 30. And where Skeleton 1 is, I'm casting, I'm going to cast Sacred Flame. Dexterity saving throw, 13.
On, sorry, which one? 1 or 2?
On 1.
It succeeds.
Okay. That's what I do.
Perfect.
There's a little flicker as like maybe some sort of black energy,
or no, let's say lavender. Lavender energy runs up the hammer into me, strengthening me.
When you get a kill?
It's rewarding me for killing the skeleton.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Rosie, you end your turn?
Yep.
All right. Patrick's turn. He's going to fall back asleep. Back to the top is Loki.
I look at number 2. I'm like, still no guts, huh? And it'll be another wisdom
succeeds
save.
this time, unfortunately.
Okay. And let's see. I will move up. I don't actually want to get terribly far away from Patrick here. Yeah, that'll do. Okay.
Perfect. And your turn?
Yes.
Snowfall/winter.
Alright, Winter's gonna run up and attack Skeleton 2 for a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Snowfall is gonna add his D6 of cold. Actually, wait a second. That's a 6-sided die I'm supposed to roll. So a total of 7 damage.
Okay.
And does silvered weapons do anything?
Not in this particular case. I think you all have them, right?
Sounds good.
Okay, skeleton breaks and falls to the ground.
Snowfall's going to go over here and attack the other one for a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 6 damage.
Okay. That's like a biting claw attack, or what is that?
The bite.
Bite. Perfect. Bites a chunk out of it, and the skeleton falls to the ground.
Nice.
Did you end your turn?
Yep.
Vaclav, can you make an investigation check for me?
Unlikely.
That's a good point.
Let's see. 12.
12. Yeah, I think, you're feeling like the battle's over, everything's good, and you're looking, you have 2 piles of skeletal remains in front of you, and you notice that they're starting to, the bones are starting to, move and form, almost like they're back to where they were before.
Right. Rosa warned me that they do that. So I'm going to stick my fingers in his eye sockets like a bowling ball, and then throw the skull over the cliff.
Perfect. Can you make an attack roll with advantage for that?
Sure.
Because it's prone.
14 on the die plus what, I guess proficiency. No, probably not proficiency. I don't know.
No, you do your regular melee attack. Yeah, proficiency and strength.
Proficiency and strength, so 17.
17, perfect. Yeah, you kind of grab it. Do you say anything as you do it, or are you just silently, creepily grabbing into the skull and chucking it off the cliff?
I don't know. Should have quit while you're ahead. And then throw 'em off.
No, that's okay. I was just curious. Perfect. Throw it off the edge. As you do that, the other bones behind it kind of start moving, caterpilling, almost towards the rest of them, into Winter's square by his feet.
So they're gonna crawl. They're gonna crawl down the cliff and find their head.
It looks like that could be what they're doing. Do you end your turn, Vaclav?
Sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Over to Phoenix.
So
looks like the battle might be over, except Vaclav is throwing bones off the cliff for some reason.
Yeah.
I guess you would have heard Patrick and what he said too. Sorry.
Right. I'm just gonna blast another one
on the ground.
So they're the remains would be prone, but which would be disadvantaged. But then if they're incapacitated, then it's not disadvantage. What kind of state are these? Are these like not prone anymore, but they're also not incapacitated, or what's the scoop?
Um, so I think I guess my question would be more like, what would Phoenix do if he wants to like assess the state of the skeletons from his range? He could like certainly.
No, I'm attacking for sure. Everyone's like, yeah, they're going to come back to life. I'm just going to keep on attacking them.
Oh, got
But
it. In
I'm
my
just
mind,
wondering.
with a firebolt is your
Yeah.
addition. I think that would continue to be at disadvantage because trying to hit a small
Oh.
scattered pile on the ground would be.
But it's not moving, so would those cancel?
Yeah. If it's incapacitated, it's at advantage. If it's prone, it's at disadvantage. So that
Sure,
would like
let's cancel. That makes sense.
cancel, just cancel. Okay, cool. All right, that's a 20 to hit.
Got it. Which one are you hitting?
Skeleton 3's head went flying, so skeleton 1 next to Vaclav.
Perfect. Yeah, you hit it, and it's. Can you roll damage?
That is 10.
Yeah, kind of like there's a bout of flame as you kind of like hit exactly where the skeleton's remains were. Thanks for the sandwich, appreciate it. And yeah, as you do, there's a bout of flame. You could probably see from there. It looks like the little pieces, the piles kind of scatter, and then they start to like move back towards like a general pile from there.
Okay, I'm going to then okay, so the firebolt's not working. 10, 20. I'll move up next to Loki.
Perfect. Do you end your turn?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also say, and this is out of game, I whisper to the giant controller in the sky. It's weird, but I feel like Patrick just told me that skeletons are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage.
Got it. Is that what the Master Manual says?
That's what Monster
Yeah.
Man says.
Cool. I did
Vulnerable
not know that. I
to
appreciate that. Sorry.
bludgeoning and immune from poison, not piercing.
Sweet. Well, it is a Dan skeleton, so it could be slightly different, but I appreciate that information. Perfect. Over to skeletons. Skeleton 3 remains, crawls through Winter's Square, and makes it to the edge of the cliff. Skeleton 2's remains reform into a skeleton, and it picks up the club and gets ready to swing it towards Winter. Skeleton 1's remains gather back up together, and it looks like it's going to start to reform back into a skeleton. Over to Rose's turn.
Okay, so Rosa is going to pull out the holy water, or one of the holy waters that she has.
All of the holy water.
Right. She's gonna walk over to, well, march on over to Skeleton 1 and start spraying some holy water on the remains as it's gathering.
Nice.
Perfect. As you do, there's this like acrid smell of like burning that like arises up into the air, and the bones kind of like disintegrate down into like their prime elements, and it looks like that the pile is completely destroyed. Actually,
Was that an action?
Using a holy water, I think that is an action, yeah.
Okay. That's what I do. And I say, in Infernal, put them to rest.
Did you have to pour the whole bottle? Or was it just like some sprinkles? Dan?
My understanding of like that's a good question. Did you dump the whole bottle, Rosa, or did you just like sprinkle a little bit?
I was sprinkling it.
You were sprinkling it.
Like at a Catholic mass.
Yeah. I don't know if I would want to get into like fractional uses of one. Maybe. Well, let's see.
Fine. I just curious.
No. I'm thinking that's a really good question. I'm establishing a rule is important. I think if you're sprinkling it as you first like sprinkle a little bit, it's like when you sprinkle onto like the embers of a fire. It's like psh, but like the fire's still burning. So would you like continue using the whole vial, or would you like stop after you did like a quick little sprinkle? So yeah, I'm gonna say either you use like the whole bottle, or like the whole bottle is still usable for something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then it gets into, okay, how many bottles do we have? Is it finite or
I think you have one per pack, and I thought
right.
everybody had one, unless we all had two. I think we said what was in those like initial packs, if I recall.
My question is, I know as a paladin, can I create my own words are hard.
Holy water. I would imagine there is a mechanism, maybe even a spell for it. I just don't know what that is. You could like meditate on it. You could always make a religion check and see if you know that. And if anyone knows the game rules for making, I feel like there is a way to do it. I just don't know what it is.
I mean, I'm just really used to playing clerics, so I was able to make them, but I would assume paladins have a little bit of that. It might be a little bit more complicated.
A cleric or paladin can create holy water by performing a special ritual. It takes an hour to perform, uses 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver, and requires the caster to expend a first level slot. Ouch.
Oh, cool. That is very helpful. So yes,
So you can make it, but it's slow.
I'm not gonna pour the whole thing.
Got it. Oh, sorry. And I also want to clarify, I wrote in each of the bags that I thought everybody gave, I wrote down what you guys got from the quartermaster, and I don't remember if it was total or per bag. Does anybody remember?
I think it was total, and I have in my notes that there were 4 vials of holy water.
That's what I have as well. So I think it's 4 total that you guys have.
Okay. I'm not going to want to waste all of it on this random skeleton outfit.
Got it. That makes sense.
I'm going to, as my full action, I'm going to grab the skull head in the same way that Baklava did and huck that skeleton's head over the edge.
Perfect. Can you make a melee attack roll at advantage?
I crit. I'm like, watch this.
Yes.
So you grab the skull. It's starting to like reform, and you just kind of like rip it out of its like space, and you kind of like look at Vaclav, like watch this, and I'm picturing like winding up like the picture, and it's just like. And it's off into the darkness past your dark vision. You can't even like hear anything of it, and it's like just gone.
Yeah.
I go, wind must have caught it.
I like that. Perfect. Do you?
I'm going to also, I'm going to call out, Patrick, let's get out of here. Just bring the donkey past all of this. Let's keep going.
Perfect. There's no response from Patrick.
Damn it, he's sleeping again, isn't he? I look over.
He is slightly farther down, slidden on his donkey, and there's like drool now hanging to the ground from his mouth.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Do you end your turn?
Yep.
Patrick's turn. He's going to try to drool even better, and it's successful. Up to the top, Loki.
Wait, so
There's one skeleton up, and there's 2 that are missing.
Yeah, just
heads.
curious. You can always pass on to someone else. I was just giving everybody an opportunity to interact with the remains if you choose to. Oh no, Skeleton 2 is awake. I forgot. Yeah. Thanks.
So Skeleton 2 is still up. Okay.
He's getting ready to swing at Winter.
Okay. I'll just go up to him and take a. We'll see what happens if the bard tries using a sword. Wait, token. There we go.
My words don't hurt. Try this.
Exactly. Ooh, a crit attack. I should do this more often, apparently.
Apparently.
Geez, I don't even know. What does the rapier do? Silvered rapier, 1d8 plus 2. So that's 10 plus and an 8. So 20
Jeez.
points of damage.
With your silvered rapier. Yeah, perfect. You kind of like just slice through it. It like falls to the ground immediately into like a pile of bones.
I look at it like, first it's two-headed bears, now it's skeletons. Nothing stops me.
Loki, I didn't realize that was a real sword.
Was that your first time? Perfect. Do you end your turn, Loki?
Yes, that'll be the end of my turn.
Yeah, Snowfall Winter.
Winter thought that looked fun, what Rosa and Blacklop did, so he's going to try the same thing.
Sure. Make a strength or a melee attack with advantage.
Strength based?
Yes, or up to you.
Oh, then Dex. 23.
Perfect. Solid grab of the skull, throw it. It's farther than Vaclav made it, but not quite as far as Rosa. You're not even sure Rosa threw it. It looked like it just flew out, like almost horizontal from the location that she was. There was like maybe a little sonic boom as well as it exited her hand.
I got the spin on it, you know.
Yeah.
Did it sizzle as it traveled through the air?
Exactly.
Cool. And I'll just be like, see, that's easy, Vaclav. And then I'll start walking.
Well, sure, it's easy when there's not a headwind. Get it?
Headwind.
With that, the wind pulls the skull back, and it smacks Vaclav right in the side of the head. Perfect. What is, with everyone else, the piles of bones without the head start moving towards the cliffside. Would anyone do anything to react to it? And sorry, give me 1 second. Andy's mom is... Andy? Hang on. 1 second.
Sure.
Can you burn him?
I think you'd have to like set up a crematorium, kind of, you know, like.
Right. I mean, they're already... just bones.
Cool.
Yeah,
anyone
I'll,
doing anything as they're like moving towards the cliff?
Just to amuse myself, I'll wave my hand, and this mound of loose dirt and rocks covers one of them.
Ooh, I like it. Perfect. You kind of piles it over into a pile, and then they start like slowly worming their way up.
Digging their way out.
Slows them, but yeah. Curious, who else wants to try something?
I'm actually going to. Oh my god. Okay, I am going to pull out a pouch, an unused pouch. And I'm gonna take some phalanges.
Sure.
I look skeptically at Rosa.
And I'm like, for later.
So later, when they attack us in the middle of our sleep.
No.
She wakes up and it's like
it's like, yeah, just like different, like small bones. And then I tie up the, like, I knot it, and I'm like, like, we go somewhere, I throw these.
And then a couple days later, some skeletons attack.
Yeah, and then like it just starts like crawling towards, here, and then they'll leave, right?
Yeah. That's pretty devious, actually. I I clap you on the shoulder.
Perfect. Yeah, Rosa, go ahead and add that to your inventory. Your bag of wiggling phalanges. Winter, Phoenix, and Loki. Are you guys doing anything?
Is the area here like forest in the green?
We're like mountainside, so I wouldn't say it's like forest. More like probably a little more scraggly with like some like shrubs and like small little trees clinging to like the cliff face, but it's not like super dense. What's your intention?
I was gonna do create bonfire on one of them. See if that works.
And is that? Can you just set anything? Does it like summon a bonfire, or do you like light a bonfire? What does that do?
It says you create a bonfire on the ground that you can see within range until the spell ends. It's a 5-foot cube.
Yeah, perfect.
Magic bonfire.
You can do that, and I would imagine it's like a similar effect as Phoenix's firebolt. Is that it like burns and it would like slow them down, but they would like be reforming from the fire afterwards.
All right, I'm out of ideas.
Tried one thing and it didn't work. Loki, Phoenix, anything?
Who cares? It's not our problem.
No, that's what you can just say if you're done. I just want to give everyone a shot.
Yeah, I was just getting the donkey and gonna keep moving forward.
You know, actually, I've got Shalala on my staff. I'll go over and just kind of like just go in here and just start beating the crud out of these remains with my staff and see what happens with a magical weapon on them.
Does it what kind of magical damage does it do? Anything in particular?
It's just it still does bludgeoning damage, but it's considered magical.
I see you doing this. I'm like, Phoenix, it's dead.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
As you kind of smash it, it breaks it into pieces, but it doesn't seem like it's doing anything different than some of the other like bludgeoning attacks have done.
I just like beat the crap out of it, and then now they're dead, and walk away.
Well done.
We can farm these for experience.
Too bad you're not.
What's that?
Not
Yeah, just keep allowing them to regen.
Mm-hmm. It's like a home gym.
Okay, the rest of the remains climb off the side and kind of fall down the cliff. Aside from the small bag of phalanges that Rosa, where are you keeping that on your person, by the way?
I am going to tie that to my belt on my, like under my cloak.
Perfect. They kind of like are little jumping beans, if you will, or they're just kind of like wiggling around all the time there. Okay. Perfect. What's the party do? Loki, are you going back to wake up Patrick?
Yeah, wake him up and bring the donkey and forward on the path.
Did you get him?
They're gone.
Did you use holy water?
No, we just chucked the heads off the cliff.
What? No, now it'll be someone else's problem. That's towards the city.
Hey, Patrick gets it.
Oh no, that's not what you're supposed to do.
Well, there's only so much holy water.
Right?
Well, we can go get more from the temple.
That's okay. They can handle it.
50 golds a pop? No way.
It is expensive. Well, did you gather up the bones at least? That's what they grind down and get the rubies and the metals out of.
What? Where were you 5 minutes ago?
I was right here. I was saying it to you guys.
I was like, you mean you were drooling?
Drooling and dreaming.
Is he gonna wipe his face off? Well, next time, save him.
All right.
I
All right, heading
don't
on.
say anything about the fingers that I have in my belt. I think only really Vaclav knows that I have them, but
Yeah, that works. Because I figured if Winter or Phoenix knew, they would probably just say something. Okay, well, this, if I recall, this is how we were ish. I can't remember. Oh, no, it was like this.
Pretty close.
Right? Cool. All right. Heading onward?
Yep.
All right. Let's see.
I do tell Winter, because Winter, Winter is a ranger, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that Ken's not here, but I'd like maybe I'm gonna tell Phoenix as well and Snowfall, like, you guys should see where those skeletons came from. That's where we're trying to go.
Yeah, Patrick, go see where they came from. He's the guy.
Over there. He points towards where you're going.
Tell us a little bit about this mine. What do we need to know about this particular entrance?
Well, this isn't the mine.
What is it?
It's a entrance to the caverns beneath through one of those crevasses.
Cool.
They sealed up all the other entrances, but this one's a little less known.
And what does it lead to?
Well, there's kind of a big room down there that usually has some of these skeletons down there. And if you grab some of the pieces, you can bring them back, grind them up, and sell them. Get some of the gold flecks out of it.
Is the mines that are around here, do they mine for precious metals like gold?
Well, they used to.
Now they just let the skeletons bring it up.
Yeah, it's easier. Because when the skeletons, when they reform, they grab stuff from around them. And it ends up with some of those gold flecks and some of the ore inside their bones.
Okay. How far?
I've heard there's passages down there in that atrium, but I don't go down there a lot. Sorry, go ahead.
How far away is are we going in the direction of the spire as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And the spire, how far away from where we are, or from like the edge of the town to the spire?
It was like a day or two in the mountains. Because remember, like only part of the top is like poking up.
Right. And we have to go up on into a mountain, or like onto a mountain?
The party isn't super clear. The last spire you entered like from the base and then went up to the top. So I think you guys were just like going towards the mountain in that general direction. I don't know if you had an answer or yeah.
Well, what we do know is that it's a lot more underground, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there would as you're kind of traveling, kind of switchbacking up through the mountains, Patrick would tell you about that there is like that extra entrance that they found, but usually there's like a hunting camp up there that people kind of camp out and they watch for skeletons coming up, because if you go down in there, it's pretty scary. But sometimes he'll find skeletons like this and then he can turn them in for gold, but sometimes it doesn't cover the cost of the holy water, so that's the issue. What else would he say? You guys would come up upon another group of skeletons. Would you deal with them in a similar manner with the skull throwing method, or would you do anything different? We're not gonna like roll dice through it. I'm just curious what your modus operandi would be if you had a similar grouping that you came across.
I think unless we needed to fight them, Loki'd be like, just keep pushing past them. I mean, if the encounter if they were attacking us and forced into a fight, then
Yeah, the
um,
road isn't particularly wide. You wouldn't be able to avoid it in this case.
okay.
I'd like to try out radiant damage. So this time when I summon my weapon, it's doing radiant damage.
Perfect. When you use radiant damage this time, you notice that the damage it does is significantly more, and with the piles of remains at the end, um, they still are moving, but not as strongly. It seems like that radiant damage significantly weakens them, and like along that vein, it's a lot more dangerous to the skeletons.
Cool.
I assume that we're gonna vanquish them in the same way that we did before.
Yeah. That's why I'm curious if, in an investigative sense, is there anything you would try to learn from them instead of like playing through the attack rolls? Because I don't think they're particularly frightening.
No.
Do you want to collect some more fingers, Rosa?
I think one
Some more
thing
knuckles?
I might try is having Vaclav like completely pulverize one of the skulls and see if that changes its reanimation or not.
Um,
You have your Warhammer thing, right? Or well, you
Yeah.
can reanimate it as whatever kind of thing you want.
Yeah.
Complete pulverization does seem to like kill them and get them to stop moving over time, but you kind of have to like stab them for like probably like a minute or two, it seems like, to do like a significant amount of damage. Vaclav, if you were to try that with your radiant weapon, it would get to that finishing point much sooner,
Okay.
but it would
So,
still
like,
require like
I have to
more.
smash it for like 30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. It's not bad. It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna like go to one of the remains. I just want to see what happens when I grab some of those bones and put them with some of the other finger bones that I have already.
Yeah, when you do, it seems like they don't discern which bones are where, and they start to like combine together to grow to like more of a fully built hand. Some of the bones even like growing smaller or larger to fit the like missing pieces from them.
They're growing.
Like taking the mass, so like if you put two like middle fingers, like one would give to the other to so that it could build like a whole finger.
Okay.
Perfect. The party would be arriving to the what looks like the camp. Patrick would be kind of telling you about this as we're kind of getting closer and closer, and he'd be like, "This might be a good place to do a little resting. I didn't feel very rested through the night."
Well, whose fault is that?
Well, you gave me all that gold. What was I supposed to do?
Hold on to it.
I look at him and I'm like, yeah, it was at least part our fault. We could probably stand for getting a good sleep through the rest of the night.
You could invest it. I've been thinking about doing a laundry business.
Oh,
It's gonna be dynamite.
I've heard of those businesses. I had a friend that used to start those. Lost a lot of money. Yeah.
Well, I've got more experience than your friend. You know, entrepreneurship.
I'll say, his friend sounds a lot like you, Valkov.
Well, you know.
And I'll tell the party, let's rest up before heading off and
Yeah.
Is there any other camps nearby?
No, hang on. Give me a second to grab a name, and then I'll give you a little more information if I can spell correctly. I would like some human names, not names of human species. That is not that helpful. Yeah, so when you finally get to this camp that Patrick has kind of been telling you about, it's kind of like a flat area on one of the like mini summits, not like the main summit of one of the mountains coming up. There are like a couple of like low slung lean-tos that kind of like blend into the side well here. The path, I have it like marked on the map here, but it's not a particularly like well-traveled path, and it's certainly not like paved or anything like that. As you get closer, there is a two people kind of up and out. They kind of like are watching you as you kind of get into camp, and they both kind of like give Patrick like a little nod as you come in. One of them's a dwarf and one of them's a human, kind of at the little shacks that they have set up. There'd probably be a couple of more here as well. Let me throw in a couple. And there's also kind of like a little spot here around where I put like a little black dot. Let me kind of mark that. It's like a little indentation in the ground, kind of like picturing almost like Joshua Tree or something, where there's like rocks kind of poking up there. And it seems like there's like a spot where you could like crawl in, or like a small like outcropping of a potential cave coming up. Patrick would kind of tell you, here's like the camp, hunting camp. I need a name for like a hunting camp. What would they call it? Camp name.
Camp Kokomo.
What is it?
That was
Is that
the
a
name
famous
of my
camp?
YMCA camp when I was a kid. Kokomo. There's probably better names out there.
We'll call it Sky Bramble. I kind of like. Welcome to Sky Bramble. Should pick a spot and do some resting up. That over there is the entrance to the cave system. At least the one of the best entrances that they haven't found and blocked up. Looks like those two people here already. He'd introduce you to Jorvik and Goth, or Gath. We'll say Gath is a better pronunciation of that. As
you guys skeleton poachers?
What?
Are you guys skeleton poachers?
Just hunters.
Have you had any luck the last few days?
Let's see. Let's say there's a like spot over here as well, and it looks like there's like a large fire pit in the center, and within it looks like there is some. Oops, I'm painting all the wrong colors. Some like charred and burned skeletons, as well as like some kind of like mechanism where you could like put ash in, and it could like separate the ash out into different things, probably based off of like density. And Jorvik would kind of say, "Getting's been good lately, actually. I don't know if we have space for more." Kind of like if he'd fold his arms at your group.
Yeah, we're just passing through.
Good. Like to hear that. Patrick, need a donkey now to get up the hill, huh? No, they dragged me. Patrick would kind of shout out to them. I caught more skeletons than you ever did in the world. And he kind of turns away from them. That's the entrance. And he kind of be pointing to that, the black dot.
As a show of like, what's the word? Like lend some credence to what Patrick is saying, I start untying Patrick from the donkey.
I was a prisoner, he kind of says. They forced me.
Yeah.
I summon a knife into my hand and I go, anybody want to eat the donkey?
See, it's not just me
Wanna
that
go
kills
get-
horses.
I want to go get my spire. Let's go. Let's get in there.
I'm like, Winter, we're sleeping first, remember?
I cut the
I'm
donkey's
good.
throat.
Yeah, Patrick is free.
I cut the donkey's throat, and
Oh.
I'll get to work, butchering it.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Nice.
All right, what's
Snowfall's
the plan
watching.
up here now at Sky Bramble?
Loki's just staring at Vaclav like, what are you doing? We brought rations.
If you say that, I say, well, you want to eat dried mushrooms or you want to eat fresh donkey? Come on.
I guess it's donkey for dinner tonight. Holy shit.
Yeah, it might be donkey for a few days.
More like breakfast.
I know, I was like, I'm assuming, like, what time of day is it at this point?
I think the sun's just coming up.
See? Rested. Let's go.
With that, it might be that like a check for an exhaustion level. If everyone could do like a DC, let's say like 13. You guys have had a rough day. Constitution saving throw. If you fail, you get like 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, man.
I'm good.
I need a nap.
Winter is good.
Well, does Snowfall has to roll too, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Snowfall rolled a natural 20.
I
Snowfall
got
will sleep when he's dead.
Oh, that was awesome.
5.
Rose is pretty tuckered out too then.
7.
The
Right.
old folks need some help.
Phoenix is definitely doing that. Like, I'm not tired. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, are we going? When are we? Definitely,
Yeah.
like, yeah, the kid.
The beer is finally caught up.
That's true. I forgot about that.
All right, I'm gonna spice and prepare some donkey stew. And I got, oh yeah, continuing my streak with the low rolls here for the cooking.
Yeah.
So if I add wisdom, it would be a 6.
6.
Oh my god.
I think as
We
you're
all-
cooking, Jorvik would come over and kind of come over and say, no, that's not the salt. You're grabbing the wrong one. Put this one instead, and would give you advantage at least if you want to try rolling better.
But then I'd have to take his advice.
You would.
I go, hey, you don't know what I'm making. This is a tiefling stew, all right?
And I look at Vaclav and I'm like, the dwarf stew probably would not be so bad, Vaclav.
Well, next time you should bring a donkey and you can make dwarf stew.
Bring your own donkey. Make your own stew.
Well, maybe, but we've always had good luck with the dwarf food.
I'm like,
I was going to say inspiration for Vaclav for denying help.
I agree. Do you have inspiration, Vaclav?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I need to spend that.
I love that. You could have also used it there, but I've been like, I meant to do that, or like.
I go, well, how much dwarf do I need for dwarf stew as I shake my knife at the dwarf?
No. They cook the stew. Jesus, Vaclav.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Where did
exactly.
you go to culinary school again?
Yeah, when you say that, Vaclav, Jorvik's like, he spits on the ground and said, pointy heads. and he goes back to his hut and doesn't help.
Phew, we would have been poisoned there. Listen to that guy.
Making friends as usual.
All right. Slops up, guys.
While you're cooking dinner, I'm playing the lyre and singing songs.
Sure. To any particular game rule end, or just adding flavor?
About the skeletons, creating songs about the skeletons and the donkey stew that tastes like skeleton ash.
Yeah, instead of salt, he put a little bit of the skeleton ash in.
All right.
Cool. Are you guys eating the food and then resting? What's the general plan from here?
I'm not eating what Vaclav's making. I'm like, that, no, Vaclav, no.
Vaclav, do you offer it around?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Does anyone have some of Vaclav's stew?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Loki's like, hell, you made it. I asked the dwarf for a little bit of spice.
Yeah, Loki, can you make a Constitution saving throw when you try this stew?
I think the spice is okay, but I think I either undercook the donkey or overcook it.
Yeah, we definitely have like dysentery after this or something.
No, it's nicely spiced, but it's like boot leather. It's like
Right. Yeah, 13 cod.
Alright.
If you're exhausted, isn't that like a
Oh, is it disadvantage? I thought they changed
no,
exhaustion.
it's -2 to your rolls,
Oh, is it? All
all
right.
your rolls.
Then it's an 11.
I think with that, you're just barely able to keep it down. But you really have to chew and chew and chew for a really long time.
Vaclav, your finest yet.
You're not supposed to chew it; just swallow it.
So, oh god, giant chunks of donkey leather. I tried as well. I rolled a 9 on my con save.
Yeah. Did you try to swallow it whole, like Loki said?
No,
Vaclav
I
said?
think that
Vaclav
I
said.
just realized I can't even eat this, and so I just take mine over to Snowfall, and I'll be like, and asking if Snowfall wants to eat this because I can't do it.
Snowfall would be enjoying a lot of the donkey, probably
Right.
Okay.
regular
Cool.
broth.
Right off the bone, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I give I'll pour mine on top of whatever Snowfall's eating there, and then I go, delicious, Vaclav. Look, empty bowl.
Ah, that's my boy, I say, and I grab your horn and I shake your head around.
I picture Snowfall being disappointed and then having to eat around the soup that is on the bone.
Would this be like a poison thing? Because I have advantage against poison.
Yeah, probably.
Are you Winters trying it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and make your saving throw.
19.
Yeah, it's definitely not good. You can feel the some kind of food poisoning maybe in your stomach, but you're able to fend it off because of your advantage. Where do you get advantage from?
I took the Infernal Constitution feat.
Oh,
which
so
that's part of it.
your body burns warm and burns it away to kind of cure you of it, and you're like, ooh, that felt kind of good. That was cool. It was probably your second dragon stomach that did it.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Rosa, when we get back, maybe Lydia can teach Vaclav a little bit more about cooking.
What are you talking about? I ran a noodle stand for years.
And I'm like, wow, dude, Loki, you already know that Vaclav does the cooking in that relationship.
Did Vaclav eat any of it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, can you
Oh, and
make
he was
a
fine?
Constitution saving throw? I don't think you're immune to your own creations.
21.
21. Yeah, it's,
Nice.
maybe not your best.
I don't know what they're whining about, these guys.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the bubbling in your stomach. That's like a sign of good cooking.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the recipes are literally from hell, guys. Come on.
It's
So,
just like
when
your
are we-
grandpa used to cook it.
Yeah.
When are we going down? I want to get my spire.
In hell would have been cooked to such a high temperature that it just makes everything soft and yummy. And on the surface, it's not that hot.
It's true. We can't get our ovens that hot. All right.
Right, let's,
Winter, why don't you take
watch.
first break since you're so keen? First watch, and we're all going to pass out.
Because you're all tired. Fine. The dragons will keep watch.
Are people that are resting? Are you guys resting in shacks? Are you resting outside? Looks like there's 2 unoccupied shacks. Are you setting something up? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think we'd move into. I'm assuming they're only going to fit a couple of people, and
Yeah, they're tight. It's like one of those like fisher shacks. I always remember like ice fishing shacks are just like super small and like basically you just sleep as close as you can to each other, like a little hunting camp.
right.
Cool. So winter and snowfall. I'm going to leave you guys outside over here. What is the distribution between the two? It looks like there's 4 other people. Vaclav and Loki are in 2 of the 2 separate shacks. Rosa, Phoenix, where are you guys going?
I'm gonna
Phoenix,
go-
come here.
All right, I go with Vaclav.
All right.
Rosa?
I am going to go over to. I'm actually gonna I look around at both these guys, always with their needs, and I just roll out my my sleeping mat, my sleeping roll,
Mm-hmm.
and I plop down in between Loki's shack and Vaclav's shack.
Cool. Just kind of over here.
Yep.
All right. Cool. All right. Sun's coming up. Winter, your first watch. What are you up to? Anything now that it's just you and everyone else is sleeping?
Picture winter and snowfall like running around playing games.
That's
like
kind
hide
of what
and
I was
seek and crap.
thinking. Or pretending to hunt each other, or be like, "Look, we're out in the
Yeah.
wilderness. We're actual hunters." I was also wondering, there is that entrance there. Would you be like looking into it or investigating that at all, or being like, because no one said anything? Are you going to go in? So I was curious of that too.
Ooh. I would definitely go over once I see that Rosa's sleeping, I would go over here.
Yeah. Would you be
Definitely
like playing
solo
and
that
waiting
dungeon.
for her to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Rosa, would you be going to sleep, or are you
I'm
mindful
exhausted.
of winter at all?
I am exhausted, and I would probably say, "All right, Winter, don't say anything stupid. Dad, try to just wait for us, yeah? Wait for us."
Yeah, we're playing Hunter and Dragon. You gotta
Knight and
We're
good.
Dragon. Princess and Dragon. Yeah, there's lots of different games.
And that's it.
Perfect. Yeah, Winter, what are you up to?
as soon as she's asleep, we're done playing Hunter and Dragon and go and look at the cave.
Yeah, so the cave, it looks like one of those, I'm picturing one of those, super sketchy spelunker cave entrances that are, just slightly larger than, a regular humanoid body, and it looks like it, slides down at an angle.
I would grab a stick that has some fire on it and come over and then drop it down.
It is morning, so the sun is out as well.
Right.
But yeah, you can do that, and then watch. It kind of goes. It's not like a straight shot, so it kind of goes down, hits something, and then bounces out of view, probably at about 10 feet down.
Be like, hello. And see if there's an echo.
Sure, make a perception check.
15.
15. After you do that, it does sound like there's almost like a like some clicking and like skittering sounds, but they were like reflected multiple times, so it's difficult to tell. But there was like a reply to your shout.
I'll just start speaking different languages and see if it responds at all.
What are you asking different things, or are you just saying hello every time?
Uh, Pretty much hello. Who's there?
Who's there? Sure. What languages do you have?
Uh, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Goblin, Infernal, and sign language, but that doesn't do anything here.
Do you have a could you copy and paste that list in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Is Common Sign Language like count as a different language that you have to use?
It says that's what it says in the guide. Yeah.
That's cool. So the first time you just shouted hello, right?
Yeah.
Cool. And then the next time you're like, hello, who's there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think as you do that in Common, there's like a reply that you can hear in Common like through the echoes, and it says, "Come down, come down," kind of like that.
Oh, yeah, we'll be coming down soon. Who are you?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Hey, Georgie.
Yeah.
I'll float down here.
My name is Orsova. Join us.
Or so. Us. Who else is down there? Ursula.
Join the clan.
Ooh. What kind of clan? As I'm doing this, are the dwarf and human out there? Like, do they hear any of this? And Jorvik and Goth?
I'm thinking they like passed out too because they were like up late. I'm picturing they were like
Okay.
they saw the donkey coming up and they were like we should watch. So I think they also are sleeping. But let me see if they would like wake up from that. They don't. So it's just super smart winter sharing all their plans.
Smart Winter and Snowfall. Yeah. The dumbest two in the whole party. Yeah, I'll just be like, oh, yeah, what's your clan? I'm in the Dragon Clan.
Yeah, hang on.
I'll be like, hey, say hi, Snowfall. And then Snowfall can, like, do a draconic hello.
The voice doesn't reply to the draconic hello.
Mhm.
Hang on, let me get a name. Sorry. Those are not good names. Do- he would, man, or the name. He would say, the the clan is wonderful. You should come down and join. It's called Death's Craving.
Death's craving. Oh, that's pretty cool. Like that's not as cool as the Dragon Clan though. Um, and then I'll be like, I'll come down in a bit, and I'll just walk away.
You screwed up voice. You should have been like, "We've got dragons down here."
Oh yeah, you're right. Dragon Clan.
Winter already knows. Winter already knows they don't speak Draconic because they weren't responding to it. So he's not like he's like whatever.
That makes sense. That was pretty funny though. He would say, "It is better than Dragon Clan. Prove it."
What? No, it's not. I'll cast bonfire down there.
Now, bonfire, it's only something you can see, or can you cast like farther away?
I'm pretty sure you have to see a spot you can see.
Okay, there, and it's like only for a round, right? Or is it as long as you keep casting? I'm guessing.
A minute.
Oh, I didn't realize it was for a whole minute. Oh, cool. So it kind of casts like 10 feet down as it kind of turns through there. And as you kind of cast, the fire kind of emanates from there. And do you wait the whole minute?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Afterwards, it dies down, and you'd hear, "That's it." And then you kind of look where your bonfire was, and there's like a orb of like swirling shadows, kind of like pulling in the rocks, like from the side, and like almost pulling in the like coloration of the world that you can see from the sunlight, kind of like and centralizing it together, and it lasts probably about 6 seconds, and then like extinguishes.
No, I got a lot more than that. Just wait until I get down there. And then I will continue playing with Snowfall until it's my time's up.
Yeah.
And then I'll go wake up Vaclav.
Perfect. Yeah. Vaclav, you're waking up about halfway through for your watch. Or by winter.
Then,
I don't know if you said you were watching.
Yeah, Winter is going to say, there's somebody that talks down there in the shadows. He's part of the clan Death's Craven. He doesn't know dragons, though. He doesn't speak Draconic.
Okay, good report. Thanks, man.
And then we're going to go off and sleep somewhere under a tree.
Yeah, definitely. Vaclav, anything during your watch? Or are you up to anything?
I'm going to sit right next to the fire pit, keep the fire going, and read my Book of Shadows.
Perfect. And the Book of Shadows is from the blacksmith?
Yeah.
Are you reading it like someone would like read the Bible kind of a thing, or are you looking for anything in particular, or is it more of like a meditative reading it again and again, or?
Yeah, reading it again and again, I think. You said like people read the Bible, and I'm thinking like that in the sense, not in the sense that like I believe it, like, and it comforts me or whatever, but like I try to be very familiar with it, basically, right?
Got it. So like the readings of it and like turning over each phrase of it, like what could this mean? Like a deeper meaning reading style.
Yeah, trying to puzzle it out or whatever.
Yeah, I like it. I'm imagining the book of, it's not like a clear how-to manual. It probably has a bunch of like weirdo stuff that could mean different things in different ways.
Definitely, and I don't think it always says the same thing.
I was also thinking that.
Sometimes I can't find pages that I saw before and stuff like that.
Yeah, perfect. Can you make an insight check as you're reading?
Like 10.
Yeah, as you're reading, it seems like the book's pages and some of the like phrasing is more like strong and violent like than you've read before, and it almost like the book, it feels more like vibrant, as though it's like drawing on energy from like somewhere nearby or something, and it's a lot more engaging than it is like normally.
Nice.
Cool. Do you end your that's kind of what you're doing for your rest, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's about a little bit early afternoon, and you can go wake up the rest of the party if you like.
Sure. Maybe inspiration to Winter for screwing with the beast in the pit.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good point. Winter, did you have inspiration?
I did.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But still, I like the call outs of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll wake up the next person.
I think we'll just go with the 2 watches, and
Yeah.
we'll say that.
Okay. Cool.
Good.
Cool.
Because I figured there was time to investigate, and then that was pretty much all
Sure.
we had.
So long rest.
When it was 10 feet away, I have blind sight. Did I see anything with that when it came up to 10 feet?
You don't know if it ever came up to 10 feet away.
Okay.
You saw something happen 10 feet away. Like it could be like the result of a spell, but you didn't necessarily see like the caster or any additional information from that. But thanks for the reminder.
Sounds good.
Cool. Everybody wakes up, except for, of course, the person controlling Phoenix. I think that is they're still resting.
Oh.
Oh, no. So sorry.
Oh, no
Sorry,
worries. Perfect. Everybody gets a full round of full rest. My intention was for like your exhaustion to go away with that. I think that's how it works. Is it
Yeah.
1 level every long rest? Is that what it typically does?
You know what? Let's
Oh,
look
yeah.
that up in 24 real quick because
It's
that changed.
you get 1 back in a long rest. So if you have like 2 levels of exhaustion, you get 1 that goes away.
Yeah. I wasn't intending
'cause
on
the
giving
ranger-
like a lasting impact, more just to impress upon resting importance was my goal. But I did think
ranger
the exhaustion
eventually-
changed. Sorry, go ahead.
The ranger eventually gets them back on short rests, which is
Oh, that's cool.
kind of yeah.
That does make a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell everybody we gotta go down there and talk to Ursula. I gotta show him who's in the better clan.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Ursula, the guy in the tunnel.
Yeah, he was talking to some kind of a entity down there. Said it's part of a clan of something or other.
That's Craven. It's not as cool as ours.
Right.
You were talking to strangers in the middle of like
I talk to strangers all the time,
what did
and
you
then they're not strangers.
That's how you
Okay.
defeat them.
what language were they speaking?
Oh, common. They don't know dragons at all.
Okay. And what did they tell you?
He said to come down. He's in part of That's Craven. He wants me to join, but I'm in a better clan, so why would I do that?
Are Gath or Jorvik up?
Yeah, they'd be waking up as well.
I'd say, all right, thanks, Winter. And I'd mosey on over to like where Gath and Jorvik are kind of like waking up as well.
Yeah.
Um,
They have a
and
little
I'd be
coffee on the fire pit.
Hey, y'all ever heard about this? What did they call it? The Death Clan?
That's Craven.
Death's Craven?
When you say you're going over to the fire pit, I'm picturing everybody's probably over at the fire pit. That's probably where
Yep.
you would go.
I'm
in the morning.
making donkey breakfast, and I got a 13.
Okay. Donkey
Donkey
breakfast.
bacon's coming out better.
This is it's second breakfast, right? Because you made first breakfast, or was that dinner?
That was dinner.
Oh, that was dinner. Okay, breakfast then. Yeah, Vaclav, you're making donkey breakfast. It's much better than before. It was not. I wouldn't say it's like necessarily good by any standards, but it's like edible and doesn't poison anyone. So that's like an improvement. Rosa, you were over here, and you said, "Has anybody ever heard of Death's Craven?" Right, you were mentioning
Correct.
that. Perfect. And as you say that, Goth kind of like stands up and goes, and then makes like a sign with his fingers, kind of like connecting 2 of them somehow, making like a little form, and then backs away and then runs into his shed.
I look over at Jorvik and Patrick, and I'm like, what was that about?
Jorvik would just say, "Don't mind him. He's a little
See,
superstitious."
Rosa, this is why you're not married.
And I just kind of like, yeah, true. Straight to the point. And I say, well, do you know about Death's Craven? What is that about?
Jorvik, who you were asking with, don't know. I've heard of that before. Some of the more experienced hunters have been talking about that. Mostly that they lost some of their party members to Death's Craven.
14 insight.
And are you looking for additional information or to see if they're lying or?
I guess I want his like emotional reaction to it.
Jorvik seemed like almost too calm is what you'd expect. Either that Jorvik doesn't believe or that it's something there, or it was a little bit weird though that you would that you'd stand out to that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And Patrick said, Patrick would also just say, best not to bring that up.
Best not to bring up the thing that sent your friend running into his hut.
I wouldn't call him a friend.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently we have an invitation to go join them in the hole today. You coming with us?
I'm not going in that hole. I just said I'd get you here.
That's fair.
So what about you, Jorvik? Do you go down there?
Nope.
Well, then what do you do here?
Wait for the skeletons to come up. Duh. Not dumb enough to go down there. Last one that tried that never came back. Especially not in this last month or so when the caves are more active.
Well, you're gonna see that we're dumb enough.
Well, doesn't surprise me, stranger. And he'd toast you with some of your breakfast that he either you offered him or he pilched from the pot.
All right, let's go down there and show Ursula that we're better than his Death's Craven.
So I walk over and I look down this like narrow, twisting little passage,
Mm-hmm.
and like my shoulders sag, and I'm like, ah, I hate these.
I walk over with Vaclav, bringing all of the stuff that I'm ready to go delve into.
My horns always get snagged.
That is the danger.
All right, Rosa.
I'm gonna grab Phoenix and Loki as well. Is everyone like looking over?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call up Ember.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about Ember.
And
we don't have a new one.
So, how should I?
have Ember
For some reason,
go down first when we're ready to go.
Want like to be like almost 200.
Right now?
But
Right.
I'm booking a new one.
Is Ember always a raven?
Should I just try like
No,
the normal?
but generally
What is he right now?
Raven.
Sorry, I don't know. After my game?
I took that one question as always.
But I know that you're calling him up.
I don't think he actually has been with us. He never left since the last time. He only goes away if he dies or if I send him away.
Then I ask you, is Ember going to be able to see down there?
Oh. Yeah, I went with Bat last time. That's a good idea. Yeah, sure. And I'm going to reconsider
Sure.
what Ember is.
Now that costs a spell, right?
Yeah, I would have to. Oh no, he disappears when I finish the long rest, anyways.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah, my bad. Then I think I will not just. I'm not going to do it just for the sake of doing it. But oh, wait, no, ritual. I can do ritual.
yeah. You could ritual.
Uh,
You could be
yeah,
doing
I
that
will
during
do.
breakfast or something.
Yeah, I'll do ritual. Let me. I'm going to look up a small beast that would fit the bill here. So give me a
It's
few.
yeah. So like uh as Phoenix is going around, get like I see him preparing. I'm like I would say, you calling your friend.
Hmm.
You make sure he can see in the dark. Yeah.
Duh.
I'm also picturing his ritual. He has to like go around the campsite and he has to find like the perfect stick and he puts it in a spot and he goes finds like a really pretty rock and then he puts that in and then like two blades of grass that are like perfect, like very like kid little fairy little pile of stuff. Yeah, definitely.
All of which have nothing to do with the actual
Exactly.
ritual.
And then he's like, finally, and then he's like, okay, good, casts it like, but it still takes you 20 minutes because
Yes.
Perfect. So you'll let me know what Ember is. Did you want to scout
Yeah, I
first,
will.
or is anyone else doing anything while Phoenix is making his little pile? His ritual?
Nope. I'm getting ready to go in.
Cool. I guess my question is like the passageway is pretty tight. So are you guys like have your packs on, or are you doing anything to like attempt to get through a tight space?
Yeah, I'm going to take off anything that I feel is no, I mean I'm gonna try to like consolidate and just really make sure that my pack is as small as possible.
I'll take off my pack and give it to Loki and say, you can push this down to me after I'm through.
Okay.
And then I look at Rosa and I go, rock, bamboo, elephant for who goes first?
All right.
I'll go first. It's fine. And I'll make sure my mage armor's up and I'll go down.
Okay.
Second, then?
And I begin playing with Bakla.
All right. Then if you could roll like a d20 and just.
No, I think we should both select either rock, bamboo, or elephant.
I don't know the which wins in those cases though.
I think bamboo whips the elephant.
Yeah, elephant smashes rock,
Uh-huh.
and rock breaks bamboo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. What are the hand signals?
Stick,
Oh,
trunk, rock.
what's the stick again? Oh, got it. Okay. Then are you both ready to play?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you say as you're playing?
Rock, bamboo, elephant, shoot.
Bamboo, elephant.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Is that elephant?
And I say,
Yeah,
elephant
wins.
crushes.
Elephant crushes rock. Yeah.
You go first.
Fine. But I'm gonna go crawling down after.
Well, Snowfall would have been second, actually.
Yeah,
so then-
after snowfall, I guess.
All right.
the bravest two at
You
first.
always choose rock.
So what I'm gonna do, or at least try to do, is I'm gonna have winter. You're going down first, right? And then snowfall, and then looks like Rosa will probably be coming next, right?
No, Bucklove, because I lost.
Oh, I didn't know if the winner went or if the loser had to go. Perfect, got it. And then I accidentally lost
Uh-oh.
Rosa. Perfect. So, Winter, you kind of are going in, and it's like a tight fit. Are you going in like feet first or head first? You
I imagine feet
probably
first.
can't turn around, at least for the part that you can see as you're in there.
Oh, then I would go feet first.
Okay. As you're going, can you make a climbing is like athletics, right?
Yeah.
An athletics check.
10.
10. Perfect. As you're going, it's like slow going. You kind of do fit. You get down to the point where you kind of like set that bonfire before. And it looks like the crevice kind of like moves in a different direction. Now, my intention for this plan was that it's supposed to be like moving to the side is like going down. So it's like a side view of the Spelunker's map. Does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
And I'm just realizing now I should have drawn it in the other direction.
Yeah, why don't you just make down?
Because I wanted to make it as confusing as possible, obviously.
Up
Let me
is down and
see.
down is up.
I can probably rotate it. Give me 1 second to do that. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't. I don't know why I didn't do that. Okay. Fill background. Perfect. Nice.
We all die in a void.
Yeah, it's very sad and
moved it.
not a very satisfying end, but you know, sometimes
Verisimilitude.
it's how the cookie crumbles. That
Now our pictures are
is
sideways.
much better. Okay, yeah.
Our pictures are sideways.
I think.
okay.
I wonder if you can do that if you click it. Oh no, I have to do it from like the little DM tool. That is funny though. Rotate. I didn't know I could rotate them. I could do that for like sleeping or something.
For
That's cool.
prone, yeah. That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. That's cool. Cool. Winter, you're getting down there. It turns off to the side as you're kind of continuing to go through the cave. Are you kind of continuing?
Yeah, I have 10 feet blind sight and 60
Well-
foot dark vision.
You're going backward.
Yeah, so it would probably be, you'd only be able to go like 5 feet in front of you because like your head's at the top. You know what I mean?
Looking past your toes.
You're peeling your way with your tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have blind sight, so
Right. But like, because you're going feet first, you wouldn't be able to sense 10 feet ahead of you. I'm going to say only like 5 feet.
oh sure, that's fine.
Cool. Vaclav, are you letting him go for a minute or are you going right
Nope,
afterwards?
I'm crawling pretty much right after, and I'm head first with one arm in front of me.
Perfect. After Vaclav goes in, who would be next?
It would be me.
Perfect. Are you perfect? Vaclav, can you do an athletics check?
I'm gonna roll it again. There we go. 16.
Perfect. Climbing through, keeping up just fine. Did you use your inspiration for that reroll?
I did.
Oh,
yes.
perfect. Cool. Rosa, can you make an athletics check as well?
Yep, that would be a 16.
Perfect. Yeah, easily making it through. Winter, you come up to the edge. It looks like it is like a sheer drop going like straight down, but you can kind of grab onto the sides and go down if you like.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Fog of War. All right, continuing onward. The rest of the party is kind of making progress as well. Who would be going in after Rosa? Or is anyone staying behind? Phoenix caboose? Or I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go last, and
Sure.
Ember the owl will be going with me.
Ooh, Ember the owl. Owls are notoriously good climbers, right?
They're notoriously good flyers, and they have dark vision, and they're tiny.
Ember owl. Perfect. Okay. Loki, can you do an athletics check?
Try. Ooh, at 20.
Nice. Easily able to do it. Phoenix, should I have Ember be a separate behind you, or would you guys be like in the same square?
We could be in the same square for now until if I asked him to do something.
Cool. I'll just do that for easier. So I'll do.
Just building all
that
the
works.
skills. Bear Stopper, Skeleton Slayer, Spelunker.
Okay. Winter coming up ahead. Oops. Using the right button. Kind of bottoms out and continues going. It looks like comes up to a spot where it's a very, very tight squeeze. You were gonna have to move partially through and twist around, and it'll be like a tricky spot to move through. It'll slow you down, and I will need an acrobatics check to get through if your intention is to get through. Continue going.
You had Ember go first, and then
Is this like wet stone here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll send Snowfall. Maybe first. Hey, Snowfall, what do you see? I'll have him look around because he's tiny or he's small.
Small. Yeah, I don't think he would have as much trouble going through. Snowfall would make it through just fine and kind of see up ahead. It kind of turns and then goes right back down again.
Okay, then I would try to get through, I guess. Acrobatics of 21.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, with that, you're able to kind of, it just takes you probably just a round to get through and sneak through the other side. Vaclav, you would get up to that spot as well. Would you, actually, 1 second, let me get back to you, Vaclav. Snowfall, I'm guessing, is going to go up to the edge and look down?
If we can, I would switch places with him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible.
You can make an athletics check or a acrobatics check to try to do that.
30-20.
Yep, easily able to. Cool. As you look down, there is another downside where the tunnel goes down, but there you also see that there is a skeleton immediately climbing up towards you, Winter. Can you make an initiative check?
Yeah. 10.
Perfect. Skeleton climbs up to the top and attacks you in the passageway here. It's difficult to dodge, so anyone attacking while they're in this small channel, the attacker has advantage.
16.
Oh, no, it's
Armor
attacking.
class.
Sorry. Oh, your armor class. Perfect. It still misses, unfortunately. Winter, if you'd like to, or Winter/Snowfall, if you want to take an action.
Yeah. Winter draws his short sword and attacks. And 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
I'll have Snowfall infuse it for a total of
Can Snowfall do
8.
that when it's 5 feet away? I don't know his range.
It just has to be a weapon attack that he can see within
That he can see?
60 feet or something.
That works. Yep.
Yeah. And then Snowfall will try to bite him. And
I think because of the nature of the
really?
cave, Snowfall isn't adjacent, even though it kind of looks it this way. So there's only one adjacency because of the tightness.
So he can't attack?
Unless you swap places.
No, then he won't attack then.
Okay, cool. What was your attack to roll on the skeleton? Did you miss?
No, I had for Winter it was a 20
perfect.
something.
What was the damage? I forgot.
And then 8 cold and whatever piercing with the silvered weapon.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to go to Vaclav behind. Vaclav, you can hear some claying and hitting up in the front. There's that little tight passage that you'll have to sneak through. Or would you be
Okay.
doing anything else?
Nope. Trying to catch up.
Yep. You can do an acrobatics check to try to squeeze through.
17.
Cool. Yeah, you're able to squeeze through the other side.
All right.
All right. I'm going to move Rosa up to the edge. Let's see.
I think I whisper, Winter, you okay?
Yeah, it's just one of those dumb skeletons. And I'll ask the skeleton, is your name Barcelo?
It doesn't reply, and it scratches at you, and it deals. I was like, how can there? It deals 4 damage.
Wow.
I know, right? Your turn, Winter.
I will attack. And pretty low, but I think you said these things have a low 14 to hit.
That hits.
Infused strike again. And this one is 11 cold and whatever short sword.
Yeah, as you do,
So-
it kind of like falls to the ground. It dies, and then it falls down to the bottom of the passageway there.
And then do we establish how to, if we use certain damage, it stopped or whatever?
I believe.
Yeah.
If Winter doesn't know, you could always like ask. Vaclav and Rosa are close-ish behind you.
Oh yeah, then I would say, hey, I got that thing. Snuff, I'll go bite it. And I'll have him go down and continue chomping the stuff. How do we get rid of it permanently?
Unholy light, I guess.
What's a unholy light? Holy light?
I said unholy light.
Oh, unholy light. If I don't think I can, is that radiant damage or what do you
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I don't think Winter has any way to do that.
Or just
So
grind it up.
we'll just keep chomping this stuff until Vaclav gets here and does it.
Perfect. Yeah, Vaclav gets through. Rosa, there's a tight spot for you to squeeze through. Can you make an acrobatics check?
Yep. Of course. That would be a 19.
Yep, easily able to get through. Catch up. You can kind of look down and see Vaclav running towards a pile, or not running, but climbing down towards a pile of skeletal remains. Loki, can you make an acrobatics check as well?
21.
21. Yeah, easily able to make through. I thought that would be more tricky if you guys rolled better. Phoenix / Owl, Phoenix and Ember. Can you guys try to make it through there?
I'm small.
Oh, yeah, so I don't think
Is
you
it-
would even have a struggle there. That's a good point. All right. Winter, can you make a perception check for me?
17.
All right. Give me 1 second to...
Is this still like super tight going feet first or
Yes.
is it wider? Okay.
Don't worry, Dan. When it matters and we're actually fighting something, we're gonna.
Yeah. Well, I'll roll terribly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm not worried. All right. I'm continuing with like looking. Oh, sorry. Get back to Winter. What was your perception?
17.
17. Perfect. It looks like the room opens up wider. And in the bottom of the room, you can see what looks like 6 skeletons, because we're still like in that side view here, looking down. And it looks like there's 6 skeletons and what looks like a taller humanoid that's kind of like looking up at the hole in the ceiling and kind of like looks at you and like meets your eyes as you do.
you describe the humanoid a little more?
Yep, thank you. Looks like the other skeletons look very similar to the one that you've been fighting recently, with just like a completely bleached white bone connections. This humanoid seems like they're almost like dressed in like remnants of clothes pieces. Winter, you would notice immediately that the eyes that are kind of looking back at you are like glowing red in their eye sockets, and you notice as well that that their teeth are humanoid, but there's almost like these two larger incisors in the front that kind of like peek over the bottom of the lip partially. The clothing on the back is, nicer but worn, and you can see through the parts of the outfit that there is like flesh underneath, but it is like a little more white and ghastly than before. It looks like there's a couple of folded wings on the back of this creature as well.
I'm like, hey, can you understand me? Are you Ursula?
As when you say that, the voice from before would say, "Welcome home," and would fly up towards you. I'm gonna move.
That creature?
Sorry, what?
Is that tall creature flying it to me?
Yes.
And so that's where the voice came from?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Perfect. I'm gonna move. Let's see. The rest of the party is probably staying within their spots. And then if we could well, I think you guys also have a stopping point of 130, so this might be a really good place to stop, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
And then we can pick up our battle, and then I can also build a better map of the correct side view of it as well, so we can kind of like see the moving spot. Because I would hate to because you'd only get like one round, and then we'd have to stop anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I'm seeing, it looks like we'd be facing a 30-foot drop if we were to fall into this space, basically.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay.
Which doesn't kill you in D&D rules, but
Right.
my recollection is it's like 1d6 per 10 feet after the first 10. But
Yep.
maybe it's different in the new rules, or maybe there's rules to mitigate that. I don't know.
No, that's still the same.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the picture right.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make the fall clear, but they're also not like all in a line. They're like spread out in more of like a rounded room. Like it's because it's like an open cave, like that kind of like got to that spot.
I'm pretty sure one of us can cast Featherfall anyway. Although
I don't think you can cast it on everyone. Isn't it like up leveling it?
you could if they were all falling. It's a certain like a number of people, but
It's
I
sick.
think they have to be falling when you cast it.
Good thing I have it. The other thing we could do is hang a grappling hook on that corner and all go down a rope.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Seeing as I specifically said grappling hook when we were at the freaking
That's true. Yeah.
the armor.
Yeah, definitely. I figured there was lots of ways to get down there, so I wasn't particularly worried. Actually, is it?
Yeah, no,
30
I wasn't
feet?
too worried about it either. I just wanted to make
I think
sure
it's more
I
like
knew
40
if we
feet,
were
actually.
looking at about 30 feet.
I think it's 40. But I guess you could if you like
Well,
climb
yeah,
down
I was looking at that
and then
section,
jumped.
right?
So yeah. Maybe it's not as bad. Actually, I might even just change it. I want it to be enough to just be like a little scary was the goal. So
Right.
it might be more like that, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. If you wouldn't mind a quick little rosebud thorn of our little session today.
Yeah.
I'll start. Rose was this session and the last session were really fun again, with a good like combination of skill checks and role play and kind of problem solving and combat, everything kind of all in there, which is that's really nice, and That's I like that. That feels Dan to me when we're kind of getting a little bit of everything and getting to use our stuff. Bud is Bud, I guess, comes at the very end here, and how are we all going to get down to the bottom of this thing because Phoenix doesn't even know what's going on yet there. Thorn for me, literally, I'm so fucking tired. I fell asleep while sitting here. So sorry, everyone, not to be rude. Just we went out to the gala last night, and I need to take caffeine to stay up past 8:30, but then I take caffeine to stay up past 8:30, and I can't go to bed until 2. And I wake up by 6 o'clock, even if that's the latest I can sleep ever. So I just get friggin' tired on nights like that. Play of the game. Play of the game was play of the game was go make soup.
Oh, that was pretty
Okay.
good. Yeah,
Yep. Here are the keys. Go make. That's kind of a combo right there. Go make soup. Hey, give me the keys while you're at it. All right. Yep.
yeah. I liked that play a lot.
That was
I like
freaking
just I'm like you don't have the keys, just very open ended things, and you guys always like come up with cool ones. And it wasn't like a lawful good thing to do, but it was it felt very in character. It was very. I was like, I could totally see Vaclav doing that exact thing.
I mean, we didn't murder him.
I know. It was like, it's just a little twisty. It was very like, oh, just screw with your memories, and then he'll get in trouble. Like, oh, you should have resisted it.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Leave me in your post. He probably got fired. He's probably in the brig right now.
Yeah. He'll have to move to the slums, and then Vaclav will see him there, and Vaclav will then have no empathy about it that he made him do it too, which is also funny.
And I like how it started out too with Phoenix literally being like a little buzzed kid and like, I got this. Ooh, he's gonna be scared. Oh, you're not scared? Well then, open it.
I think my rose is being in a dungeon. I'm excited about that. Or maybe that's my bud, I guess. And my rose is I think we had some fun character interactions. It was a bring out the character kind of session. Those are always fun. My bud, I guess, is being in a dungeon and getting some action and scary thrills or whatever. And my thorn. I don't know if I really had a thorn. Nah. And play the game. I think Winter and Phoenix kind of both propelled us forward a lot. So I want to give it to them. Like Winter for starting dialogue with the beast in the cave and all
That was
that,
so good.
and Phoenix for sort of interacting with the hunters and the gate guard, and just sort of telling our plans to everybody, which can create problems for us later. And so I think that's good, propelling the plot.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks.
Cool. I'll go Rose, just all the role playing, particularly like I love when Winter has a really weird conversation and acts like it's normal. And I love Rose's reaction to it every time. And Vaclav's like nonchalant and was just like, what are you talking about? You're crazy. Like, so that was fun. Bud, what else is down here? Is there more before you get to the spire? And then how do you get to the spire if we can? And intrigued by what happens there. I don't really have a thorn. I would agree with like the suggestion was really on point in character. And I thought that was hilarious. So thanks, Dan and everybody. It was a fun session.
Was the
Yeah.
role play. I thought that was really fun. And it's always really unique with us, especially with so many strong-minded characters, between Vaclav and Winter and Phoenix. Just like I think of it as like a newly made three-headed beast that has very clear ideas of what they want to do, and they're all trying to go in three different directions all the time. And it's like, oh my God, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah,
And
like 3 people trapped in a sheet and they're all pulling it, and it's
Uh-huh.
like surprising to get anywhere.
nope, they swear to God they're all working together, but they
Yeah.
are so not. They're like, and if you ask them each what the goal of everybody is, they're like, get to the spire.
Right.
But the reason behind it is like so convoluted and very individualistic. And then my bud is being back in a cavern and finding out like where this is gonna lead us next. I particularly feel much more confident about like moving forward with the story because I was able to make sure like, okay, family's protected. I paid really well for it. So I'm gonna like focus on like Rosa and this group's task, which is something I've been looking forward to doing for a while now. And then the thorn for me was finding out how expensive it is mechanically to make holy water, because I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, I need to rethink how like mechanically, and maybe it's talking with Dan. Like, Dan, you had mentioned that the skeletons can carry these precious metals within their bones, and I'm wondering if there's a way like maybe on like downtime or like during rest periods, while I'm on watch or while we're like not working so hard, could I figure out a way to crush the bones to see if I can get slivers of, does it have to be silver, or can I use the precious metals of that we find within the skeletons to create the holy water that we'll need moving forward in a situation where I can't just like we have 1 vial per person, or like for 4 vials total for the whole party, and we're going in for skeletons, right? So it's like potentially more than skeletons. And then my play of the game was Vaclav lawn bowling with a skull. You're like, Dan, you were just like flippantly, okay, so what do you do? This skull, the skeleton's reforming, and he's like, without skipping a beat, he's like, I stick my fingers in its eye sockets and like chuck it. I thought that was awesome. And it got that whole way of dispatching skeletons going for the rest of that like trip between point A and point B.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with like, I feel like in the old game with the old party, it would have been like, oh, if we have a skeleton, we have to make sure it's put to rest and destroyed. And this party is much more like, oh, it's gone. Well, it's someone else's problem, so we're good. Well, let's go. What are we waiting around here for? The next guy will get blamed.
Right? Even Patrick was like, well, now it's like you didn't finish the problem, and we're like, that's not our problem.
Like, yes, we did. Look, the path is clear in front of us.
Exactly.
And Patrick's like, But what about the people? I'm like, what about the fucking people? Like,
The city has walls, doesn't it? Like,
They are family.
yeah, I'm finding I like that interaction a lot with the. It's like it's not like you're a murder hobos, like you're just killing everyone. But it's not. I like that we're not like all paladins trying to like do the correct heroic thing, which is kind of what we did last time, right? Like we had to be heroes, and this time we're more just like. Let's just get through it and get to the end and get the spires, like, you know, quick before we get blamed for everything.
We got ours, right?
Right. Yeah, and I was also, Ken, you were talking about Rosa's and Vaclav's reaction, and as well as to your conversations, as well as Tabby about the three-headed beast. I'm liking that the characters are like very flawed in that we're not like, oh, we have to always do the right thing, but that you guys are kind of like leaning into Winter's conversing with the vampire in the dungeon, telling him the plans, and I was just like, oh, cool. And I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to ask and do a history check on the name of this clan and find out that it's a vampire clan. But like, nope, no one even asked or like we only asked other people, and I was just like, oh, that was like so funny, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's a pretty well-known vampire clan. So just pushing in those different directions, I was just enjoying a lot too. Yeah. Thanks, Debbie.
So for me, I had all the different role-playing things were a lot of fun. The rose for me, I know it sounds kind of stupid. I'm just such a literal person that I'm like, all right, vicious mockery. I've got to come up with something. And as lame as it is, it's like, oh, these are bad dad jokes, but it's fun.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
It was great.
You should get one of those like 101 joke books.
Right.
Just, like,
That's what I feel. I really also liked as stupid as I think it kind of was in some ways, the whole Phoenix discovering ale, and now our kid and our dragon are the dragon hasn't even tried it yet, but he's already an alcoholic. It's that kind of thing just makes the sessions interesting and a lot of fun. The thorn for me is, I was thinking about it, I realized I think I played a cleric before. I played clerics a lot. It's probably the character class I like most. And here we are dungeon delving into the undead, and there's not one to be found. And in fact, like our previous campaign, I feel like those characters were well set up to be dungeon delvers.
Oh, yeah.
And this group
Never.
is the farthest thing from it.
Yeah.
And it looks like this whole campaign is going to be one dungeon delving spire after another. So it's like, okay, could we have come up with characters that were the least well set up for the kind of world that we are in? And it's just going to make it really interesting and fun figuring out how to do this without because we are using so much of the regular D&D mechanics, and our characters are just not set up for this world and those mechanics, or at least not this part. That may be different in different areas, but it's that's just like the thorn part that I think of, is like, with this group I played so many great characters for this, and I'm in the wrong place.
Oh, Kevin, I'm right there with you. We're always both the clerics.
Yeah.
For years.
Right?
For years. We've been like waiting to turn undead on a regular basis. And now like, no.
Yep. And with all the other clerics, it was like it rarefied air that we would come across a situation to do it. And now it's like every time you turn a corner. So yeah, that's the thorn. And as far as a bud, I'm looking forward to doing the dungeon diving part of this, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Um, as far as play of the game, uh, I think there was a lot of different great role play. I mean, Ian's always fabulous. I'm envious of his ability and quick wit and so many of those things. Um, I loved the response, like without even hesitation of the skeletons being chucked off the cliff is someone else's problem. And just without missing a beat, Ian's like, Patrick's got it. You understand. And so I liked a lot of that. I don't know that I have any one particular place because I think everybody had a lot of great fun with the role playing. It was a really fun, interesting session, especially to find out more about the skeletons and to be like, okay, what is a skeleton in this world and what are they actually like vulnerable to and not, because it never fits what the book says, which is why playing with this group is so much fun.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. I was thinking about what you were saying about like the roles and that like, you know, a normal party is like cleric, wizard, fighter, and like none of those, everyone's like a half something else, and no one's like very specialized. Like we have like, Ken, you have healing too, right? Like, so there's 3 like half healers.
Mhm.
I have the option. I don't think I have
Oh, but
it,
you
though.
you can't change spells except for level up or except for long rests.
I think long rests.
Long rests. Oh, so you always could.
I'll have to look.
But like, there's not like the classic roles. There's no wizard, right? That has a. You guys, you don't even have a sorcerer or a wizard. You have like a warlock, which is a caster, but not like a bunch of different spells. So I don't know. I kind of am looking forward to dungeon diving with these unoptimized roles instead of sometimes when you just go into undead and it's like turn undead, whatever. So I'm kind of looking forward to like these, you know, slightly twisted undead that of course you know that I'll do, as well as watching your characters like struggle through them because I didn't realize it, but you're right. It's just so unoptimized for like close fighting with like your druid and the ranger and like all these ranged attacks. At least you all have dark vision, so that's good. That's like something you won't have to fight. But I think our dungeon diving here I think is going to be really fun. So I'm excited we're finally here, and I wasn't sure where you guys were going to be starting from, if you were going to go into the regular entrance or if you were going to meet up with Patrick. So I was like, I don't want to plan out a whole dungeon and then find out you're going in the other way. So this is going to be perfect for me to build for the future. For me, lots of fun today. No big thorns. I enjoyed a lot of the role playing as well. I loved like the frat party and everyone just like rolling into that, and watching Phoenix drink and Vaclav doing his like, all right, wake up, Duncan, wake up, and like the whole rest of the party is like, oh, we should go find his stuff, and Vaclav's just like, I want to get to the cave. Let me get the drunk guy. Let me go out there. Makes me wonder if you have some personal experience dealing with people that intoxicated, or maybe you read a lot of books. I don't know, but I really enjoyed your. When I thought you were like, are you gonna drown him? And then I was like, oh, Princess Bride style, where they do the dunk, and I was like, oh, of course, that like totally makes sense. And you're just like stealing someone's donkey and then murdering it right up. Like you were just like, oh, can I cook it? And I was like, I mean, sure. I was gonna be like, you might want to like save it to like pack out with, and you're just like, I slit its throat, and I was like, okay, well, that's decided. So I kind of like that you guys choose unoptimized paths, and you're just like, I'm doing this because my character would do it, and it isn't necessarily like a particularly good choice. You know that as like a person, but like, I'm never gonna like punish you as long as it's like fitting in your character and it just adds to the world. Or I also really liked Winter's conversation with the vampire. Like, who's down there? Oh, we'll be down there in a minute. Yeah, 20 minutes. Like, don't make any traps or anything because that wouldn't be very fair. Like,
Winter gave the information. I don't think he would care because it doesn't have to do with dragons. So he
No,
gave others the information.
It's a dumb
Yeah.
clan that's not about
Yeah.
dragons. He's clearly better. It like so fit. It was just like, yeah. And no one's there to like be like, no, don't do that. And he's just like, yeah, Snowfall, we're better. Wait till me and my dad get down there. We'll beat you up. And it was like, okay, well, we'll see how this goes.
Well, also, like for the party, getting information from Winter, it's so like there's no point in digging because he's not good. He's like, I told you already,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much the gist of it. But if it was like Ian had brought up, oh, wouldn't it be funny if this guy was like, there's a dragon down here, you know, or like gives him a piece of dragon lore or something, we wouldn't get Winter to shut up about it.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any real investigation about this clan thing because it's like, okay, did he read it from a book? Like, what is he talking about? Like, it's so funny listening to Winter's little like, meh.
I also wonder.
I feel like the
yeah, go ahead.
antagonistic thing that you did, which is like ours is better than yours. Or I'm like, oh, Winter.
Yeah, I was like, because I was thinking he wouldn't be like, oh, I know facts about dragons, because I feel like that would be meta, right? But if Winter was like, do you know any dragons? Because I think you did that before, and then Tokos was like, yeah, and then that's how it started. But then I was like, oh, I think he would like he would try to get you down there, but but then Winter like didn't take the bait.
Yeah, when Winter spoke Draconic and he didn't say anything, he's like, oh, he doesn't know dragons. He doesn't even know Draconic. So it's like,
yeah.
Not
I was
worth
also
talking
thinking too when Winter woke up Vaclav and gave his like report of like, oh yeah, nothing happened except for I had a conversation down the hole with somebody that wants me to join the Death's Craven guild, but it's bad. And Vaclav's just like, sure, thanks for the report. Like I feel like with Vaclav and Rosa and Loki, like they would hear these things from Winter, and it's like, was that part of his Hunter and Dragon game, or did that really happen?
Yeah,
I don't know. So like, how much do you really? You're just like, oh sure, whatever, Winter. Like, yeah, that's or some crazy person tells him something in the marketplace in some new language, and he's like, oh, did you know that this is what there's? And they're like, oh, that's great, Winter. Here, hand me the potatoes.
I'm sure there'll be someday when he gives us some critical information, and we're like, yeah.
whatever.
I loved when. Going back to the whole donkey thing, and like Ian I slit his throat, but all we did was just save you, Dan, from killing it overnight while we're in the dungeon, anyways, because that donkey definitely would not have been there when we got back. But the greatest was this is horrendous soup, and people are getting sick, and Vaclav is like, "Well, it's tiefling soup."
And when
you gotta get a taste for it,
And when he refused the dwarves' help, that was also like,
that's
awesome.
So
I would have never even thought of doing that because I was like, oh, advantage. Oh, I'll take advantage. But it's like you're like, do I have to take a suggestion? I was like, oh my god! I knew you were gonna be like, no.
Oh shit! Another rose of this freaking session for me was we came up with 2 languages and a new game.
Oh, the game that was pretty ridiculous.
All off the cuff. We have Tiefling, we have Draconic accents, and
what's the game again?
Rock Bamboo
Elephant.
Right?
Rock Bamboo
Elephant.
Yeah, Rock Bamboo Elephant.
Hunter and Dragon.
Oh, and Hunter and Dragon, the game. Yes. Like, is one person the hunter? Is the hunter hunting the dragon? Is the dragon hunting? Or are they both together hunting other things?
Probably that. It's like it's named terribly. It's not actually a hunter going after a dragon.
So if anyone's ever watched like New Girl, Hunter and Dragon is like American President.
Yes.
Nobody knows the actual rules except for Winter. And Winter just like makes it he's like he's like to the gallows and like and then like you hear what's his name you hear Snowfall just like it's just this random
Or
game,
it's-
and
I think of the
and
Kelvin
then
ball is what I think of.
right.
Mm. Calvin ball for sure.
Yeah, because that's where he's like, it'd be like, oh, we're playing. Oh, you have to get three blades of grass over in that circle. No, I already did my 12 circles. I made a rectangle. No, rectangles aren't allowed in this version. Like that's what they're just arguing all the whole time or whatever.
Yeah.
And like you
No, I'm a flying
Changes
dragon.
with
No, I'm a blue
whatever's going
dragon.
on the nose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's the whole hunter and dragon.
Yeah.
Cool. Then let me. I'm going to.
Oh, also a shout out to Kevin for taking the lead in like he's like, I talked to the guy at the gate, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, totally. The bard. Kevin playing the bard.
Oh, and with the dwarf at the warehouse too.
Yeah.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
I like that Kevin is playing like the worst bard ever, but mechanically he's sound. But just like, no, I don't sing. No, I don't play any instrument. No, I just talk. Maybe I might hum something. Oh, freaking! What is it? What's the bad one? Freaking that you
Vicious mockery.
say something shitty about
Vicious
someone.
mockery.
he's
Yeah.
like an
Vicious
insult
mockery,
comic,
and you're
right?
like, you smell like farts.
Nailed
it.
Trying to negotiate when we
Oh yeah.
there was nothing to negotiate. Like we weren't getting paid. You're like, we need to get paid more.
He's like, I'm not even supposed
That
to
was
pay
as
you.
much because I was like, what the hell were we supposed to get paid for this? I don't even remember why we did this.
You did it for a thing that you didn't even need or use, and then
Right?
you didn't even do it well. So you actually ended up more in the hole than when you started.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Right?
So typical Vaclav plan, I would kind of assume.
Yeah, no,
Story
for sure.
of his life. Yeah, you would have been better off had you just never talked to the dwarves. Which is
Probably.
That was Winter's fault.
All of that was based on the fact that Winter wants to like get into this secret
Secret
society.
he just wanted to
Yeah.
tell
learn more.
someone his code.
Yeah, I think he just was given a secret password. That's it.
Yeah.
He's like the first dwarf he sees. Purple ribbon. Do I get something?
Yeah.
This is like a cheat code with dwarves now.
It's like if he finds a key every single door, he'd be like, "Oh, does it do this one? What about this one? What about this one?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Perfect. Well.